So I'm just saying, this is more just a procedural, good housekeeping rezone request. What could be built, it could be built in the zoning that it has today. That's
The government will hold title to that. And no matter what we do here, there will be no taxes paid on that.
That's
Part
correct.
of the property.
That's correct.
That was something that just comes into my mind.
Yeah, there will be lease arrangements. So it will be generating revenue in other ways. But yeah, property tax, it will be Athens-Clarke County that holds title to the piece. Yeah.
Would that be the primary parking for the development, or is that general parking that's just?
General parking, it's intended to serve, there is a design aspect to this where the accessible parking, the ADA compliant parking, there will be spaces put in it that will be put at the grade of Lake Park. There's been a lot of discussion about the distance from those spaces to the Lake Park facilities, but that has been absolutely one of the aspects of this, that we will be providing ADA compliant parking in the deck for the park. That parking will also be available for other events downtown. I think it's hoped that it will help offset some of the challenges with the Classic Center, at times being underparked. And then there will be lease agreements in there as well for just similar to our other downtown parking decks. But the parking that is in the Hub 2 apartment complex is sufficient for the spaces in the development. That's part of the agreement. Okay. All right.
Question about this one, sorry.
Yeah, sure.
You all point out in the staff report that a discussion about adherence to design areas and if the boundaries should be adjusted would be appropriate with this application. Are you saying that we should have that discussion, or that that's something that the applicant needs to be having?
Yeah, so that was a discussion that was some language that we had in the previous rezone
Okay.
request, because we were trying to make a decision between design areas.
Okay.
Because you could have made an argument. So I think it's less relevant on this one, but we were trying to be consistent with the analysis between the two asks.
But that wasn't saying, what you all were not trying to communicate with that was that you think that the boundaries still need to be discussed. That's not what you're.
I think it's less of an issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's misleading. Last item on our agenda is the text amendment for data or data centers. I keep saying it differently every time I say it. We'll have a staff presentation on it. We've had good, and I'll say this now, but I'm going to say it later in the meeting as well. We've had really excellent education campaigns going on that have been hosted beyond staff. And we're super thankful for that effort, because I think it's done a very even-handed job of getting people comfortable with the topic and focused on the topic. And so you were provided with comment from a lot of those folks, bulleted points that I thought were really well organized. I think a lot of those people have been either organizers of or participants in those education opportunities. And I anticipate those folks to be here tonight. I hope that they will speak. But we're looking forward to making the presentation. You'll notice, and we'll touch on this, there have been some changes from what was presented in December, because we gave a very quick sort of, here's where we think we're going. We had some adjustments that we made, and a lot of those were to the power usage levels and some of the specific wording. And we'll give you some context for why we ended up where we ended up. The one procedural thing that I'll point out is the moratorium that the Mayor and Commission passed for data center development times out March 6th. So that's the Friday after their March 3rd voting session. Having this here tonight puts it on track to make it for Mayor and Commission consideration at their March 3rd vote. Should you feel like it's not ready to move on, or you're looking for, you've certainly passed text amendments forward with conditions of approval. So changes in thresholds or changes in specific wording, we could accommodate that, no problem. If your action is to hold for a cycle, then it will still need to be taken up by the Mayor and Commission at their voting session because of the wording of the moratorium. So I don't want there to be any misunderstanding about, hey, we held it, why are they talking about it? They'd have to talk about the moratorium.
They have to vote on it.
They would have to, well, they're gonna have to make a decision as to whether or not they want to extend the moratorium or let the moratorium time out without a text amendment being completed.
Gotcha.
That's the issue.
Would they need a recommendation from us to do something with the moratorium or?
No.
Okay, they would be talking about it either way.
Right, so if the text moves forward, we're clicking along. If it gets held here for cause, then we'll be conveying that to the mayor and, you know, they'll have to make a decision about what they want to do at that March 3rd meeting. Okay, any questions about any of the items?
I just had a question about the sequencing, based on last time when we heard the data center thing, it strikes me as possible that we'll have a large, audience participation talking about that. So have you thought about moving it to the top of the agenda, just so don't have to step on it?
I mean, honestly, given that we have 2 items that were comment only, and the other items weren't really tilling up new ground, sort of from a policy standpoint. We didn't discuss with the chair talking the order. I still feel sort of optimistic we can get to item 6 in a timely way. But if
Just wondered, did you take the clock away so we don't know how time it?
that is,
I just looked at it and I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
wait a
It's
minute,
like a casino in here, no clocks, no windows.
how many people know what casinos look like?
Get stuck in them. So I hear.
If that's something, Matt, you're asking to be considered, then ask away.
I mean, I guess I'm willing to defer to the chair and the planning director, but I just wanted to raise the topic. Seemed like maybe not a bad idea.
I mean, we have, I think item number 2 might have a decent number of people too. So,
That's true.
I think either way, we've got. It depends on how deep everyone wants to go in the discussion of everything else, right? So.
I think at this point, if someone saw that the big center amendment was the last item, they might be having dinner downtown or coming later.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
So yeah, I think back later, but pushing it forward might.
Yeah.
I'll even, I actually never do like it when we change it because of that very reason, because mayor and commission meetings, the same thing. What item is it? When do you think it'll, if I'm talking to people to come talk? You might have somebody making.
Shockingly, a lot of people don't have 5 hours to sit through.
Yeah.
An entire time, I mean, it's great.
It's kind of like a track meet. You only come to your
I've heard people.
child's.
And then they come in, it's like.
Yeah. Sit outside and watch it on their phone and then come inside. Don't do that.
Or watch paint dry.
That's right.
Talking about, they're awesome.
So irritating.
That's.
Right? That really good.
Oh, thank you.
Another question.
I didn't even plan to wear this. It's like working, and then like, I just went into so, and I was like, oh, crap.
Exception.
Thank you.
Lines that you provide me.
Are you like, I'm here first?
I didn't know. I did not. I was actually was.
Send us back here.
Yeah, like you have this excuse
Um,
to press pause in your life for a day.
Yeah. I went to fast. We had a lovely night. All kinds of stuff.
And if
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't.
Okay, it's not-
I didn't.
Hey, Rob?
When I've been to the one meeting I missed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's kind of
That seems bad.
the same.
Yeah.
You wanna grab your.
But we're gonna have to restart.
Oh, I was. So you can, if I, preamble thing. Wouldn't have ever been.
So
But it doesn't.
comments accepted,
And people started.
after each item is presented. There's not a general, but beginning on an item by item.
I mean, it doesn't affect anything here.
Absolutely.
I don't wanna like start and then you're not like ready.
I mean, that's not gonna happen. Never.
You doing out?
Okay.
Good. How are you?
Tell me it's a good reason. Snowy weekends, okay?
Yeah, that's what.
Let's go.
That's good. Not me neither.
We didn't even need a center day.
Yes.
Battle.
Oh, do you?
Level, bill level 3, if it.
And,
Yeah, I'm lucky all the power lines in my neighborhood are buried, so
oh, yeah.
if the power goes out, it's really in a really big area, so they fix it quick. I didn't go, it's permitted.
No, that was
Just 2 weekends at home.
Yeah.
I was like, well, just not doing anything this weekend.
Last page.
Just like,
Not sure.
it's like the area in front of my front door is all the time.
Oh, it's just, I'm, the last time anyone updated.
So it's still nice and, but it's all nice. But yeah, the rest extended gone like on the.
Yeah.
Five.
Oh.
Alright, well, if it goes down, I'll have to stop and say.
Oh, my God.
Couldn't work in. So I went around back.
And then if they can't do it.
Or also.
Basically did that.
Yeah.
I didn't work on the bottom.
So, where's that Evan
Never got signed.
has to go by.
It looked like ice.
And that's how you're gonna.
It is outside.
So, laptop.
And
It is back.
So,
It's pretty, by right, agile, but I'm professional.
If they bust on traffic.
You guys are like, kind of.
I guess the live stream.
Problem.
I try to go through that way and there are people.
I'm sorry. You can just tell me, yes.
it's only a live stream.
Except for us.
That whole area.
It's interesting. I'm in Grady News Store. Covering things.
Going that way.
But
I can talk about, I got you. So if it's.
Oh, really?
It's Primo.
It's still going. Oh, I had a friend who, that's my friend.
You'll find the meeting agenda at accgov.com/planning. For those of you here in person, there is a sign-in sheet and copies of tonight's agenda outside the door. Here's the process for the items on the agenda. First, staff will make a presentation for each. Then we move to public comment in support of the application. We allow 10 minutes for the applicant to address the commission, followed by members of the public speaking in favor, who receive 3 minutes each. After comments in support of the application, we move to comments in opposition. All speakers receive 3 minutes. If you are here representing a specific interest group, such as the homeowner association, please let us know so we may allocate the appropriate amount of time. I did receive a request for item number 3, I think it is, for a homeowner association, so we have that request. So When addressing the commission, please provide your name, address, and nature of your interest in the project. After public comment, the applicant or their representative may request a 2-minute response. Please note the timer. It will display a yellow light when you have 30 seconds left and a red light when your time has expired. Once we've heard from members of the public, the Planning Commission will discuss the item. We will not receive additional public comments unless there is a specific question to be addressed. Exhibits may be displayed by the applicants or public at the podium. Written correspondence received by noon yesterday has been forwarded to the commission and is part of the public record. Any additional written materials to be placed into the record must be read during the public comment period. Please direct your comments to the Planning Commission and not to the applicants. Please refrain from applauding or cheering any of the speakers. And finally, please note that this meeting is being broadcast live and our microphones are very sensitive. Please silence yourself. Anybody like to make a motion to introduce the staff reports? I'll make that motion. Okay. For a second?
Second.
All right.
Second.
Who made the second? Okay. All right. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Great. January 8th, 2026 Planning Commission meeting minutes. We have approval. Any comments? Second, okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All right. May courts. Any reports from May court?
No reports for this one.
Okay. All right, so with that, we will start with item number 1 under new business, 166 West Clayton Street. Mm.
166 West Clayton Street to SUP 2026-01-001. Ethan Rabideau is the applicant, agent for property owner Eric Brown. The request before you was a special use in a CD in a commercial downtown. They are requesting approval to allow a private event space to also operate as a bar with an occupancy over 100 persons and an associated food truck court. There's no changes proposed for the interior or exterior of the space with this request. This is an aerial view of the property. This was taken in early 2025 before the parking lot at the Washington Street side was modified for the food truck court. The current future land use is downtown and that would remain. There's no change proposed. The commercial downtown zoning would become commercial downtown with a special use. This is the front or Clayton Street facade of the property. And this is the Washington Street side of the property where the food truck is located. And in the top photo, you can see the exterior bar that was added to that surface lot. This is the site plan that has already been through plans review, allowing for the food truck court and the private event space. Nothing would be changing for the proposed use of the property as a bar when not rented. Staff's recommending approval, finding that the project is compatible with the 2023 comprehensive plan, encouraging more business downtown, encouraging preservation and adaptive reuse of historic structures, prioritizing infill and redevelopment, and creating publicly accessible gathering space. It's compatible with the future land use map, zoning map, and the ordinance, and the special use criteria have been satisfied. This completes the staff report.
Now we'll hear from the applicant.
Good evening. Keith Rabideau, reside at 2024 Maple Street, Carrollton, Georgia. Just a little background on this project. It was 2 years into planning between survey, back and forth with zoning and planning staff to get everything permittable. It was permitted, and then basically about 2 years after that, I got brought in to build it. So as the contractor, I came in, went through the build out on it. That's why this thing kind of seems like it's cart before the horse, because it's already been built. We put in for final approvals. We had all building inspections signed off on it, fire signed off on it, everybody signed off on it, and it was put into zoning and planning. At that point, Bruce and I had a conversation, and he felt that the operations were not quite in line with what it was characterized in its initial application. Again, I didn't have anything to do with that initial application. It was merely trying to get this over the finish line. And after multiple conversations, we felt that the best way to approach this was to allow for what was currently happening as its intended use was going to take a while to develop, that we should go ahead and expand it by quantifying it as a bar, not just an event space. Anybody that's been in the events business realizes that as soon as you light up a space, you get an initial pop of interest, but the wedding schedule comes around a year later. The parties for quinceañeras, bar mitzvahs, whatever it is that are going to be events take a while to develop. And in that meantime, the owner felt that it was instrumental to create some cash flow. So he did begin to start to serve. And so that's where we found that there was kind of an anomaly between what was initially characterized by the architect of record and what was currently going on. So that brings us here tonight to hopefully clean up what is going on, what was proposed, and what can, by code occur there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anybody here to speak in support of the application? Anybody here to speak in opposition to the application? Okay, hearing none, we'll take it behind the row. Who wants to start? Okay.
Start with a motion. I'd like to move that we approve the request.
I'll second.
Okay, any further discussion on the motion?
Second was.
I got John, but there were like three different.
I mean, we're good.
Second, third.
I've been hoping something like this would happen for a long time, so
I've had
it's great.
people, I haven't been there, but friends have gone and love it. And I think it's a great addition to downtown.
I walked by during the Christmas pop-up, and people were walking around, there's more traffic over that way, it's great.
Yeah, seems like a good
No
addition.
Okay, all right, we'll do a vote.
Alrighty. Motion is for approval of the special use permit. Karen,
Yes.
Elise,
Yes.
Harrisford,
Yes.
Paul,
Yes.
McLaughlin,
Yes.
Pass,
Yes.
Sands,
Yes.
and Lord. Yes. Motion passes unanimously.
All right.
Together.
Item number 2, 458 East Clayton Street.
All right, y'all, 458 East Clayton Street, SUP 26010020. Brett Thurman with AMT is the applicant for owner Dupree Company. Request is for special use permit in the commercial downtown zoned area. Applicant is requesting approval to allow for multifamily residential units on the ground floor of a commercially zoned structure.
Per code, multifamily residential uses arranged in any other manner than on the second story above, or in the basement level of structure require a special use permit. So that's why they're bringing this before you. And you're also requesting a variance from the code section 9-10-2, limitation 1, to decrease the minimum allowed commercial space on the ground floor from 50% to 11%. No changes are proposed at this time for the exterior of the building. Interior changes will need to be reviewed under the plans review process prior to permitting. And just note, this is just outside of our local downtown historic district, literally the right next door parcel. So any exterior changes that might come in the future would not necessarily have to be seen by our historic. This is the 2025 aerial view of the property. You can see it's that skinny parcel in the middle. It is a full building that reaches both East Clayton Street and East Broad Street, and is located between North Thomas Street and Wall Street. The parcel address is 458 East Clayton Street, but there are 3 more address points on the building. It's 450 East Clayton, 450 East Broad, and 459 East Broad. The current future land use is downtown, and that would continue with this special use permit. The property is currently zoned commercial downtown and is located in the East Downtown Design Area. The change would just be to commercial downtown in the East Downtown Design Area with a special use permit. This is a photo of the facade that we are looking at this evening. The entrance to the commercial space is this door here. Then the entrance to the ground floor residential space would be here. And then this door over here is the current entrance to the second floor residential space. Got some views for you of the buildings that are next door to the building we're looking at today. So we've got the building here in question, and then next door we've got a building that is a bit taller and just gets taller as we go down Clayton Street. This is views of the other sides of the elevation. So we've got East Broad Street view here. We'll recognize Porterhouse that is not being touched by this project at all. And then the side view here of the building from North Thomas Street. This is showing the floor plan of the building. So we've got on top here, that's the current residential spaces on the very top floor of the building. This is the floor that we're looking at today. This shows here the side that is closest to East Broad Street. And then these are the proposed new apartments, these 3 here. And this is the new proposed commercial area. This is the elevation that only faces East Broad Street. This is a zoomed in on that floor plan. So we've got just a breakdown of what the floor plan actually is and the square footage of everything. So you can see this is that new commercial space that would be smaller, going from 50% per code to that 11%. It is 1,004 square feet. So still a sizable enough, I think, or according to the applicant, for a store, maybe that sort of space. Then the residential spaces are here. We are requesting 1 variance, as we said, variance from section 9-10-2, limitation 1, to decrease the minimum allowed commercial space on the ground floor, as I pointed out. Overall, staff supports this request for a variance from that code section, as it would be in keeping with the ACC comprehensive plan by bringing more housing units to an important nodal area. Would not greatly impact the surrounding areas. There is already residential nearby, not a lot, and would not change too much to have some on the ground floor. So for the special use permit, staff is recommending approval. Staff sees that the allowance of residential units in the ground floor of this building would support infill development, bring in more housing units to a busy nodal area, as noted, and would be compatible with future land use as it's not a change with the zoning map, as that's also not really a change, and with the ordinance. The special use criteria seem to be satisfied. And staff also notes that the owner has arranged for an off-site parking agreement that would be signed and recorded prior to a CO that would provide the code required 6 parking spaces for the new residences. This is not included as an exhibit, but or is included as an exhibit, but is not a binding part of this project permit. It's complete staff report.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from the applicant.
Good evening, I'm Brett Thurman, 330 Research Drive. I'm the engineer for this project. And my company is Armor Trout Athene Thurman here in Athens, Georgia. Gosh, we wholeheartedly agree with staff's recommendation for approval. I think they see the benefit, we certainly see the benefit of it. It provides my client with some leasable space that he's not been able to get so far. He's worked hard trying to put a commercial group in there. He had one group that was in there for a year, but he knew it was temporary because they were there solely to sell student apartments leases. So, and they built some stuff in there to show what the apartments would look like. So they wanted some place to come. The students could see what was going on or what it would look like, and then they could go and sign a lease. So that was the intent. And so when they left, he continued to attempt to get someone to come in there. We had a number of people. He paid us to do a noise study. He has 6 apartments upstairs, and he did not want anything downstairs to interrupt his tenants upstairs. And so he spent some money for an actual real noise study inside that building to see how sound would go and come up with some engineering works that had to be done in order to sort of insulate the upper part of the building, this space, if something like a bar went in. He's had some bars look at it. Everybody love the location. They hate the size of the structure in terms of its height. It's been a constant critique of why they have not jumped on this space. So for that reason, we decided that, it might make better sense to turn this into residential, and while maintaining a front space that could be leased out and would give the building the appearance of a storefront. So that's why we brought this to you today. Bruce went over before the meeting and during the agenda setting session regarding the parking. We're going to fully meet the code with that. We have the parking. It's already been penciled in, if I can say that, in terms of that my client's gone out and found that parking, who's going to do the parking for us for the leasing. So we're all set for that. And I would hope that you would recommend approving. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody here to speak in support of the application? Anybody here to speak in opposition? Yeah. Okay, hearing none. Bring it on this side of the room. Thoughts?
I just have a question, I guess, for you, Bruce. The case for why they can't do commercial on the ground floor is that the ceilings are too low. What relevance is it that they made the ceilings low? Because when it was a commercial space, back when it was the junk man's daughter, it was like a single floor with 20-foot ceilings, and then they built a mezzanine. They built the residential on the second floor, creating this 9.5-foot ceiling ground floor space, and thus making perhaps inevitable the application that we see before us. But they did that to themselves. So how does that play into the?
Well, I would do this. I mean, and I don't have the exact year, but it wasn't last year that they made that modification. That modification was made a while ago. And I think that's why it was important for the applicant to talk about the owner's intentions and effort to try to keep a commercial. I think more could be said about the economics also of commercial square footage rentals, leases versus what they're proposing. I'm not sure which one is to their advantage, but I'm assuming the commercial would be still an advantageous thing to do. Because this effort will also require another kind of investment to satisfy fire marshal for habitation on this floor. So it's not an inexpensive thing that they're about to set off if this is approved to do. The other thing to point out is the ceiling height where they finished, once they did that mezzanine level, still met commercial code. So it wasn't something that they did that produced something that could only accommodate residential occupants by code in terms of a dimension. So I think what they've discovered is just through marketing the space that it doesn't translate at that ceiling height. So yes, was it their action when they modified the building? I believe so. But I don't think that was something necessarily with the intention of automatically shifting this towards some future residential use, or else I bet we would have seen it sooner.
And it's not a relevant consideration under the special use process. Like there's something in the variance part of the code that says if the applicant created the problem, then they don't get a variance. And that's not the case here, I think.
Correct. Right. That's a good point.
Two things with this kind of procedurally, we don't need to worry about a parking agreement in our vote. And then is the variance just, if we approve the special use, the variance just goes with it, or do we have to separately approve the variance?
You could have two separate votes. You could approve the special use without the variance. You could have a single motion.
Okay.
That says that you're recommending approval. I'm just throwing this out there. Without the variance. And that kind of breaks this apart in a weird kind of way, because then they've got to find a way to meet 50% and have residential uses on the main floor. With a binding plan that doesn't demonstrate it. So I would say to break them apart would create a difficult situation to have to navigate. You have other conditions of approval and have to figure those things out.
Right.
Yeah.
So to that end, would a motion include the approval of the special use and the variance?
And the associated request
For a variance.
yes.
I would like to make that motion to approve both the special use and the variance.
Second.
Any further discussion on the motion?
I think it makes sense. I like that they still have the appearance of commercial up front, you know, I thought that was a nice touch. Walking by, you're not gonna notice any difference. And it has been empty for a long time, so I'm in support.
I will say, I remember touring the building when it was first turned into apartments. And that was always the intention, was for there to be commercial in that space. So I completely understand now.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't realize it was gonna be a problem until it was a problem.
Pretty easy one.
All right, let's do a vote.
Karen?
Yes.
Please.
Yes.
Harrison?
Yes.
Paul?
Yes.
McLaughlin?
Yes.
Pass?
Yes.
Ams? Yes. Lord.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right. Item number 3, 4190 West Kinston Road.
This is 4190 Lexington Road, 150 Pine Cove Place, 120 and 140 Mertz Lane. This is rezone number 2026-01-0018. The applicant is Carter Engineering for Sapphire Properties. So this is a type 1 request requiring a change in the future land use map from general business and single family residential to mixed density residential. And also a zoning map change from CG, RS8 and RM1 to RM2 in order to create
45 single and multifamily lots with 272 new residential units being proposed. The subject property shown here on the 2025 aerial is 11.39 acres in total, and it's comprised of 3 undeveloped parcels and 1 parcel in the middle with an unoccupied house currently. The surrounding area is a mix of multifamily to the west, single family and duplex uses to the east, single family to the south, and some more multifamily and commercial in the surrounding areas. So currently, the future land use shows general business along the Lexington Road corridor, single family residential for the rest of the properties. The proposed change to mixed density residential is compatible with the surrounding area, and it is compatible with the description. The project offers higher density residential development with buildings oriented toward the street. Sidewalks are provided, and that would allow for good pedestrian connections and access to public transportation. Current zoning, CG again along the Lexington Road corridor, some RS8 in the middle and RM1 at the back of the property. The change to RM2 as proposed would allow for a maximum of 273 units on the entire property. This density is significantly greater than what's currently allowed, and the zoning change will create an isolated RM2 zoning district. ACC PUD has concerns that the sewer capacity is not available to support this density, and a solution would need to be proposed before staff support can be given for the project. Cedar Creek and the associated 75-foot riparian buffer runs along the eastern edge of the site and cuts across there at the middle of the property. Most of the buffered areas will be incorporated into open space, but some encroachment for parking as well as on the single family lots will need to be addressed. So here's the plan. It shows the property divided into those 45 single family lots towards Lexington Road and multifamily lots at the back of the property. The applicant has proposed both attached quadruplex or quadplex structures, as well as single family detached structures, again, with 272 proposed units. It's unclear from what has been submitted how they'll achieve that number. So I think staff would need more information to fully assess the feasibility of this density. I always forget which button, sorry. So a variance might be required for this section of the dead end road where it exceeds the 500-foot maximum and it will serve more than 19 units, as well as street cuts by code are required to cut across the environmental areas at a right angle. So this part of the street meets code, but at the front where it runs parallel, there's also some on-street parking that might require a variance to address that issue. And these lots at the front that have the environmental areas will need to demonstrate that there's enough buildable area to accommodate a single family structure. But this is for it's only tonight. So staff finds that this project is partially compatible with the comprehensive plan. The proposed development will increase the supply of affordable housing and also introduce variety with both single family and multifamily residential structures. It does not, however, provide interconnection and access to infrastructure. Pinecone Place, there is a proposed connection to Pinecone Place. It will require upgrades to bring it to public standards and allow that interconnectivity. And the project requires a solution that addresses the sewer capacity constraints. But find that the project is compatible with the future land use map, but not compatible with the zoning map and the ordinance. And in addition to the previously mentioned corrective actions and variances, the applicant needs to provide details regarding location and number of single-family structures to determine parking requirements and if more variants are needed for the front yard parking. That concludes the staff report.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from the applicant.
Good evening. I'm Jeff Carter with Carter Engineering. I'm the civil engineer on the project. And this project is about different types of housing. We're going to have detached predominantly, and some will be attached, and some will be quads at the most. And so there's 45 lots here. One of the biggest issues that you see in the staff report is regarding the sanitary sewer. I did meet with the utility department on Friday. We had a good meeting, and I fully believe they'll support what we're doing here. We have a remedy and a path forward, and they agree with the plan. And so there'll be more to come on that, but I did want to point that out. So I'll be happy to try to answer any questions that you may have, or certainly listen to your comments and your thoughts. So thank you.
Is there anybody here to speak in? Wait, we do.
Get a 10-minute request for this item, I believe.
Right. I was going to do the support and then the.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, fair enough. Okay, yes.
I got you, Bruce. Anybody here to speak in support of the application? Now we'll go to those speaking in opposition, and we do have a neighborhood representative. I'm not sure if they want to be first, or you all can go in whatever order you want, but he's going to get 10 minutes.
Piece of copy. I brought copies. If you put it, leave the site map up. That's going to help with the conversation.
Yes, it would be best if you want these to be with the record.
Yeah, this is, I'm going to read my
acknowledge it.
comments in. So these are
This is
my
what you're
written
gonna say.
comments. This is what I'm going to say.
Okay, that is probably fine.
Oh, you're going to read this?
So,
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
thank you for this opportunity to talk. My name is Kenneth Portier. I live at 160 Spruce Valley Road, Cedar Creek subdivision, and I'm the current president of the Cedar Creek Civic Association. Reviewing the 6 documents that make up the application packet for the proposed development at 4190 Lexington Road, and speaking to residents of Cedar Creek subdivision who may potentially be impacted by this development as currently proposed, we've identified 9 issues that we think need to be addressed before this can move forward. The first one as mentioned is the inadequate sewer plan. The original sewer and water application identifies 213 units. If you look at that plan, you look at this plan, you have 272 units, a 28% increase from when staff first looked at it to the final plan. The request is for 25,950 GPD water and sewer handling, about 122 gallons per day per unit. At this rate, the 272 units would need at least 33,194 GPD per day of sewage capacity. To be fair, 122 gallons per day is a high estimate. The county's estimate's usually around 50 for an average house. So this is an excess capacity. ACC reports do not have sewer capacity to handle the needs of this development. ACC is requiring the installation of a sewer flow storage facility. Just to give you an idea of what kind of facility would handle 27,000 gallons, that's a 10-foot high by 20-foot wide by 18 feet long concrete box. And if you want to handle the 33,000, the box has to be 22 feet long. So it's a big facility. One of the questions we have is where is this going to go on the property? You can see 40% of this property is in tree reserved cover. And then that dark part of the middle is riparian zone. So those are kind of, in a sense, untouchable. Everything else is a property. So where are you going to put this 1,200 square foot concrete box underground under someone's house? The lowest point in this area is the riparian zone, which is the creek bottom. Is that where the sewage facility is going to be placed? Will the ownership of the sewage flow storage facility revert to the county or to an HOA once the fee simple properties are sold? If to an HOA, will potential buyers be appraised of the financial risk associated with this facility? Will the facility have emergency power to ensure pumping in the event of lost power? That's the first issue. The second issue is the inadequate stormwater management. When you look at the site plan, it implies that Cedar Creek doesn't cross the property, but the site plan shows a 710-foot contour line completely crosses the property where riparian and water buffer zones are identified. We have concerns that without extensive land contouring, overland water flow during a storm event will flow into the creek, with only a small fraction being captured by the one retention pond identified on the plan, which, by the way, doesn't seem to be part of this development. This is somebody else's land, okay? Consider a 1-inch rain for 1 hour and 121,400 square feet, or 24% of the total project area, converted to non-permeable surfaces such as roofs, roads, driveways. We'd see 75,600 gallons of water an hour flowing into the creek that currently gets sucked into the ground at the forest. What is the impact on that increased flow through the culverts under Rollingwood Drive in our subdivision? We have 2 places where the creek flows under the road. We don't know if it would be able to handle that much additional flow. I don't see these considerations in the stormwater management plan. The site plan makes no allowance for stormwater accumulated north of the subdivision road. That's the bottom of the plan. I didn't see any culverts under that road, which means in a heavy rain, the water would back up or flow over the road. Does this part of the riparian zone then become a retention pond? The third item is removal of tree cover. From the tree management plan, 41% of existing vegetated cover, or about 4.6 acres of the 11.1 acres, will be conserved. Half of this is the creek riparian zone. Why is only a 10-foot buffer conserved along the Cedar Creek subdivision property line, which is all the way on the left here, whereas 20-foot plus buffers seem to be conserved at the other property lines? In the remaining 59% of the area, or about 6.6 acres, a total of 3.9 acres will be covered with roads, roofs, and driveway surfaces, leaving about 2.7 acres of open land, or lawn, if you like, on which only 50 trees and 42 shrubs will be planted. Sure, in 20 to 30 years, these trees will provide an approximation of the current cover. But if more of the many existing mature trees were retained on the home lots, the 45 lots, more of the existing cover would be retained in the neighborhood. The neighborhood would have a more friendly feel. I have 5 more issues, and I'll go through these very quickly. On-street parking directly placed over Cedar Creek. In the riparian zone in the middle, you have 15 on-street parking spaces indicated. We have concerns that parking spaces are where people put their old cars when they don't need them, which means they're leaking oil, which means they'll be leaking into the creek. Missing sidewalks around designated on-street parking slots. So again, on the road across the riparian zone, the sidewalk stops where there's parking spaces. So the question is, why install sidewalks if one has to walk on the street to get by a vehicle parked in the designated on-street parking space? Right in, right out entrance onto Lexington Road. Exiting this neighborhood to go downtown requires a U-turn on Lexington Road. Can Lexington Road handle the additional 30+ U-turns during early morning commute. No accommodation for those wishing to ride the bus to Athens. Going downtown by bus requires a dangerous sprint across the 4 lanes of Lexington Road. This slot, by the way, is exactly between the light at Gaines School Road and the light at Whit Davis Road, which is where car traffic is at its maximum speed. So we're worried that there's a safety issue here. And we wonder if the assumption is that nobody's going to ride the bus, which is against the county's designated, trying to get people more on public transport. The proposed connection to Pine Cone Place. So drivers in this new neighborhood will see exiting via Pine Cone Place to Midway Road as an easier exit to Lexington Road West and to downtown. Can these roads handle those cars? I went on that road this afternoon. I don't think you want to see 30 more cars on that little bitty. It's a lane, it's about a lane and a half. It's not really a 2-lane road. It's crossing 2 lanes of eastbound traffic to go downtown easier than doing the zoom in and U-turn. I don't know, but I think that should be discussed in the traffic assessment. And then the final one is kind of one of my pet peeves, I'm sorry, and that's the neighborhood design. Having a straight street ending in a cul-de-sac screams 1960s to me, and it doesn't scream 2026. I worry that incoming planes are going to use this as a runway because it's going to be better lighted than Epps Airport. And it's lined up exactly with the alternate runway. So it's just, is having all the units lined up exactly the same distance from the street, likely painted all in the same color and using the same brick facade. Is that all East Side Athens can expect? And I think, no, we kind of expect a little better. We expect some design, even if the houses were, slightly off-centered, it would be a much nicer looking neighborhood. I don't think this is going to look particularly good. I don't think it would be acceptable in downtown Athens, and I don't think it's acceptable for East Side Athens either. I think that's my comment. So I have one comment. I lived 25 years on a road like this, and it was boring. I'm glad I don't live there anymore. But I watched, it was a watermelon field when my home was planted there, and it looked nice 25 years later because everybody planted trees. But it was pretty bleak for about 15 of those 25 years. And this is going to look bleak for 15 of the 50 years that it's going to survive. Any questions? Thank you.
Anybody else here to speak in opposition? Yeah. Y'all can come right up. Everyone can come up.
Just to place in a record, I have almost 400 petition signatures online and neighborhood signatures. Yeah. Good evening, members of commission. My name is Monica Ridgway. I live at 215 Rollingwood. Part of this is planned to back up directly to my house. I'm here tonight and joined by my neighbors who share these concerns to ask the commission to recommend denial of the rezoning to RM2. My opposition is based on 3 specific concerns. First, the environmental impact on our waterways. The creek that winds through our neighborhood is not just a beautiful feature, it's a critical part of our local drainage system. Under the ACC Code Section 8-6, this stream requires a 75-foot protected riparian buffer. By requesting RM2 density, which allows for 24 units per acre, the developer is pushing the impervious surface ratio to its absolute limit. I'm deeply concerned that the loss of trees and the addition of massive amounts of pavement will lead to high velocity runoff, destroying the creek bank and causing flooding on neighboring properties. Second, traffic safety on the Lexington corridor. We all know that Lexington Road is already overtaxed, which is why it's a focus of the current T-SPLOST safety projects. Adding the trips associated with 272 units onto small residential streets or using Midway Road or the existing plan of the right in and right out, which will be creating immediate U-turns if needing to go west. It's a recipe for gridlock and accidents. Without a rigorous traffic impact analysis that accounts for these specific neighborhood entry points, this rezoning is premature and dangerous. The county is already working on Project 2 Lexington Road corridor improvements, which focuses on safety and pedestrian connectivity because Lexington Road is already so heavily traveled. Third, incompatibility of scale. The jump from CG RM1 to RM2 is too aggressive for this site. It is a triple increase in density that doesn't respect the existing nearby single-family homes. There isn't another high-density development around us that backs directly to other single-family home neighborhoods. My neighbors and I are not against growth. We understand that this is the path of Athens-Clarke County. The need for housing does not justify the inappropriate density on a site with significant environmental constraints. We support housing, but it must be at a scale that the land and the existing road infrastructure can support without degrading the quality of life for everyone around. Please protect our creek and our neighborhood's character, and I urge you to recommend denial for this high-density RM2 request. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak in opposition?
My name is Ann Mahoney, and I live at 265 Rolling Wood, which is 4 doors downstream from the lot that is shown on that map. I live right on the creek. It shows there that it's inside that development, but then it comes down and it comes right up. Our properties just back up onto it. And I'm worried about this being a real hazard to the creek. I've lived there for 20 years and periodically have smelled the stench of sewage in the creek without all these extra houses needed, needing more capacity. I don't know why it happened, but it seems like it has to relate to the city that's now. Also, when I walk from my house, which is up higher above the creek, and the opposite side, which is downstream from these guys, is lower. And if it's been really wet, that ground is very mushy. It doesn't hurt moisture away. It just sits there, and I can't imagine what would happen with all that much more impervious surface and those trees taken out, and how much worse that would be for the other side of the creek. So I know that when the creek is in good shape, it hasn't had one of those backup things happen for a while. There's a lot of wildlife actually in the creek using it, otters and turtles and all that kind of stuff. So it's got a wildlife aspect to it too, but I know that's not what drives these decisions. But anyway, I can only speak from my own experience. I don't have a lot of information about how many gallons of power or anything, but I just wanted to put that in the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak in opposition?
Need this in, so you guys copies of that, please. Jay Reynolds, 180 Rolling Wood Drive. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and other. Concerns about the current privacy and barrier provided by the space. The trees and the undergrowth currently provide a privacy and noise barrier. How much noise pollution will be added to the houses next to and adjacent to this project? With an independent study been conducted by the Athens-Clarke County government or any other local, state, or government entity, not a study funded by the developer, which would be a conflict of interest. What privacy mitigation strategies will be implemented? There's it would be like a large unattractive solid wall, which would be very expensive, like the kind they have around Atlanta. an acceptable height vegetation wall barrier or other natural infrastructure, for example, tree planting, high bushes, would take years to regrow and be effective possibly. Cedar Creek, the creek itself, what will be the environmental impact? Again, has an independent study been conducted by Athens-Clarke County government or any other local or state government entity? And what are the mitigation strategies to prevent the flooding? Some of these houses have a low margin of error for additional runoff and watershed problems. For example, at 180 Rollingwood, after the creek crosses the road at peak crest, there's only a few feet to spare before the flood stage. And of note, in the last 50 years, it's not flooded in the backyard or the finished basement. I think we'd agree if we begin to experience repeated floods, there will be a case for strong causal effect attributable to this proposed development. And one additional note, large sewer pipes run across the creek at 180 Rollingwood Drive. And within the last 2 years, Athens-Clarke County government has removed 3 large trees and rebuilt the side of the creek with rock barriers to prevent a possible disaster. So obviously there's a potential environmental concern with increased water levels, potential flooding, and large debris moving down the creek. Will localized property level protection be offered or provided at the creek site of the individual houses by Athens-Clarke County government or the developer of the apartment complex? And this would include flood barriers, elevating utilities, elevating AC unit, improving drainage maintenance behind our house at 180. Will other strategies be implemented that include sustainable urban drainage and floodplain management for Rollingwood and surrounding neighborhood as a whole? Will they be comprehensive and extensive? Will they be using guidance and strategies from government organizations like FEMA or the EPA? Traffic on Gaines School Road, this likely will cause more traffic, increasing the potential for accidents, injuries to pedestrians, bikes, and those in vehicles. We don't want any more traffic. I don't think you do either. And then common sense considerations. There's a potential for the apartment development to decrease, the value of the house and land on the drive. And then population dynamics, additional people, concentrated area.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds.
But finally speaking, as an Athenian, a neighbor, and a member of the community.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right.
Anyone else to speak in opposition?
Hi, my name's Janet Frick. I live at 210 Rollingwood, so continued part of the Rollingwood group, whatever that word is, and which is just the street that backs up to it there. We have had some really good conversations in our neighborhood. We are not, as Nicole said earlier, we're not anti-development. There's a lot of diverse housing all around the Cedar Creek neighborhood, along Gaines School and along Lexington. Our concerns, I would just really reiterate, concerns about the creek. The creek, as you can see, and you all are probably aware, travels all the way through our neighborhood. It goes over to Cedar Shoals Drive and beyond there. So the environmental concerns really could impact a relatively large area. And the traffic concerns on Lexington, there have been a ton of wrecks at the intersection of Lexington and Whit Davis. And there are already a lot of U-turns that happen there. And I think traffic concerns from this are quite significant. So, if there is a development that takes place there or that goes into that spot, I just think it needs to take space and environmental concerns much more seriously than this proposal currently seems to. Thank you all for your work.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rudy Chimo, and I live on 245 Millstone Circle in Athens. That's out off of Morton Road, which is further south than this fiasco here. And as I'm a casual observer, but just being a casual observer, a sewage system problem, 272 units, that's 600 cars there. So you have to also be cognizant of that. And as you drive down Lexington, it's just getting worse and worse. We've got developments south of Walmart, and that just doesn't look pretty. It just looks like we're putting people on top of people on top of people. My biggest concern is environmental, and what are we going to do about the quality of life for the people and the people that are living there already? Have we thought about that? I think that's something that needs to be done before you go any further in this. That's a fiasco, folks. Thank you.
Anyone else to speak in opposition?
My name's Aquila. I live on 290 Midway Road, on the map. And so I'd be part of the neighborhood that has, it's basically a U-turn that, like a little loop that comes off Lexington, and they're proposing that it connects. And the road itself is barely 2 cars wide. I pull off to let my neighbors pass when we're driving in opposite directions. So it could not accommodate any kind of traffic without being stretched into people's yards. I also want to piggyback off of everyone else saying that the riparian buffer zone is there for a reason. We are in a floodplain, and it would definitely impact all of the neighboring areas, not just the environment, but like our houses and everything. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Anyone else in opposition?
Hi, my name is Abby Vogt, and I'm at 219 Rollingwood Drive. I think that's number 5 on the map there. So I have 2 points. First thing is we need to zoom out and look at this vacant property. So this is really just half of the wooded area back there. So if we move forward with this, we have to consider what's going to happen to the other half. Right? Does that mean that if we approve this, does that mean that that other half will also be approved as high density? And what does that look like? I also want to point out the fact that we have quite a diverse wildlife population back there. We have owls, birds of all sorts, deer, a white deer, which is very special. Foxes, coyotes, I could keep listing all of them. So what happens to those animals? Do they end up dead in the road, right? And then the city has to come out and pick them up. What happens to them? So those are just my 2 points. So I'm petitioning that we reject this, please.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak in opposition? I will invite the applicant for 2 minutes if there's any response.
Yes, I'll just briefly say, we look forward to your comments. Certainly appreciate the comments that we've heard so far. A lot of it would be worked out in plan review in terms of, there's a lot of obviously codes that we need to work through, stormwater management plans and all that that's not shown on the zoning plan. But we are trying to bring some affordable housing here, to Athens, and we'd love to hear your feedback. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have as well. So thank you.
All right, we'll take it on this side of the room. So just to reiterate, so we're not voting on this, and I think it would be helpful to focus on like the land use that's in question, and if this is an appropriate change for the future land use map. So with that context, what comments do you have?
I've got a question for Bruce. So I heard a lot of environmental concern. That's taken care of by staff, correct? If this if this were approved by all the meetings and commissions and all, y'all get it. The handling, sewer handling, the stormwater, all of that. If the project can't handle that, it won't go forward at that point, even if the rezoning was approved, correct?
Correct. If any parcel that has a development proposal with the attributes like this site demonstrates is going to be going through levels of review, stormwater, environmental area impacts, the sanitary sewer issue is going to be dealt with at that level. And the applicant's engineer is asked to create a solution that meets code. And then the engineering staff on the county side puts it through its paces to make sure it actually does meet code. And we do that routinely through the administrative process. So you're right, staff will work through those things.
Okay, so it really is, not that it's not our concern, but it's not our concern on the voting end of things, whether.
There are mechanisms for looking into those issues, yes, but it's not inappropriate for this body to talk through those concerns as they're demonstrated on that site.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And then one last little thing, then I'll probably be done. Sewer is inadequate or possibly inadequate. We hear that a lot. Can you explain, or can anybody, I guess, fill us in on what exactly is the issue with sewer?
I would defer to public utility staff if there's any comment that is specific to this site or this.
It is a, okay. Joel Phillips with the public utilities. The Cedar Creek, major interceptor trunk line, is part of our, service delivery plan to upgrade that major interceptor line. All of our studies that we've done up till now show that that is where the issue lies, is within the trunk line. Of course, there may be, smaller, projects or upgrades that we are looking into if there's a quicker solution to, a smoking gun, so to speak, to fix the issues that we're having. But it looks like it's going to be a major project for us. It's on our service delivery plan. So any development, the burden falls on the developer to provide a solution that's not going to add to the current constraints that we have.
Is the sewer faulty, or is the sewer just not big enough?
It's, a lot of it is the age of the pipe. It over time, just a lot of the line is clay, so it is degraded over time. So it's both material, and the plan is to upsize as well to, accommodate expected future growth. Yes, sir. Any other questions?
Yeah, since you're here, so the idea, and I know this plan is not binding, so this might not even happen, but like the idea that there would be some sort of storage area. I guess. Okay, let me back up a minute. The service delivery plan, is this like a 10-year plan? Is this like a 30-year plan? Like, what is this timeframe?
It gets updated every 5 years. As far as a major project like this, we're looking, several years out before implementation. It would be a multi-phase plan starting at the treatment plant. So
this isn't something that's going to happen in the next year or two, but
correct.
by the next decade, this could be.
Right.
I guess where I'm going with this is if to be able to have that capacity, if something like this included a large box on the property and then the sewer upgrade happened, is then there just a large box on the property? Like what happens to the maintenance of that thing over time?
Sure. The goal with these is for them to be decommissioned and a direct tie-in to be made to the line to which sewer flows normally.
Okay. So it would become part of the system.
Correct.
Can I ask for clarification?
Absolutely. Does it become
Well-
part of the system or it's decommissioned?
Yeah, I apologize.
It's vacant under the ground, not being used?
It would be abandoned in place, yes, decommissioned.
Thanks for clarifying.
Can I follow up?
Yeah.
So is it accurate to say that significant development on this site could not happen until sewer improvements that are part of Clark County's plan were implemented?
That's correct. I mean, other than a, alternative solution by the developer, no direct tie-in could happen.
Okay, thank you.
Questions?
Are we good?
Yeah, I'm good
Okay.
with sewer.
Thank you,
Thank you, Joel.
Yeah, I'm done.
Matt.
Okay, I guess for starters, I just wanted to clarify something about the number of units. There were some public comments about, somebody said something about 600 cars and
It's a common source of confusion that when we count units in Clark County on multifamily zone land, meaning RM 1 or 2, which is what some of this is now and what the developer's asking for it to be, we count bedrooms. So what they're asking for is RM 2 zoning, which allows 24 bedrooms per acre. So on this 11-acre site, that would 11 point something, it would allow up to 270 bedrooms, 273 bedrooms, I think it was. And that's not 273 apartments. 3-bedroom, single-family home on that is 3 of those 273 bedrooms. So I did want to ask the applicant to just clarify, because looking at the site plan, there's 45 numbered lots and approximately 35 of them, I take it, the ones to the right of that, of the creek, the smaller lots, those are, I understand to be, actually, the applicant, could you come up? Because this is a long question, but it's for you. I take it that the intention is that there would be single-family homes on those smaller lots, and that on the 10 lots to the left of the creek, back by the cul-de-sac, it would be, that's where the idea is to have quadplexes. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's generally speaking correct. And we haven't determined exactly which lots would be quads. But obviously the ones on the right side of the creek would lend itself to more of just detached homes. There may be some of those that we combine 2 lots that are shown there and maybe have a duplex. So we want to mix them up so they're not all just, the same unit. But generally speaking, you're exactly right.
okay, and so with that in mind, my question for you was, why are you asking for RM2 instead of RM1? Because I don't see how you get anywhere near 200 and something bedrooms with this lot mix. If those single family homes are not 6-bedroom homes, I don't see why you would need RM1 zoning at 16 bedrooms per acre, which most of this lot already is, would allow you 182, I think, bedrooms. And I don't see how you exceed that with the riparian buffer and everything else. And I realize the site plan is not binding and it may change, but I'm just wondering why you're asking for RM2 when I would bet you'd have a real hard time exceeding the RM1 density once you start dealing with riparian buffers and all of the staff compliance with the code issues that were flagged in their report.
Yes, that's a good question. So that possibly could be true. We do feel like we could exceed the RM1 density level, but I can't tell you, based on what we know today that RM1 wouldn't be a possibility. I mean, it's a fair point. And I certainly can, give you a better answer, next time we get together. And I certainly can take that and take a closer look at it.
Yeah, I would ask you to do that. I mean, since you're here for comments, that's my comment. I think that RM1, the other side of the property, to the top of the picture here, that's an RM1 zoned apartment complex. So I think it's a smaller ask and an easier ask for the neighbors to understand and for the county commission to maybe go along with, if that's what you were asking for. And so anyway, that's just a sort of practical question that I wanted to flag for you.
Thank you.
Do with it what you will. And then just a couple of other comments. I appreciate the applicants, the effort to provide smaller houses, 1,200 square foot houses. This is not a question for you, so.
Okay. Okay.
But, aiming at a $300,000 price point, that's a price point that's hard to reach in Athens for new construction. And so I think that's good for Athens. Among the concerns that were expressed and that I had reading the application and that I heard from some of the neighbors, I think stormwater and sewer are very serious concerns, right? We don't want flooding. And the sewer concerns are obviously significant. We don't want overflows into the creek. I'm less sympathetic to, when people come and say like, oh, there's trees there now, and I don't want to have houses over the back fence of my house. Athens needs housing. And so to me, for the county, the right thing to do is to, on residential zone land, which is to allow a reasonable amount of residential development, and new neighbors may be your friends. They might have you over for dinner and they're nothing to be scared of. So when, we hear oftentimes there's a residential neighbor complaining about a proposed gas station behind their house or a proposed industrial facility. And that's a noise and privacy and glare concern that I think is very reasonable. But a house behind your house is not something that I would object to, or that I think that it's reasonable for us to, stifle development to prevent people from having neighbors. Just for what it's worth.
If I could offer a gentle counterpoint to you. Because I actually, what I'm hearing, and I completely agree with the concerns over development of this particular property based on the environmental conditions. I personally would not buy a piece of property that had water on it in this day and age. I feel like it's just a matter of time before it floods. And so to put this much development on this property with that much environmental area sensitivity to it, that to me is what I'm hearing. And I agree with that. I don't disagree with this being like the future land use changing to multifamily, but I think an RM1 would be way more appropriate given the sewer concerns, but also the environmental concerns and the amount that you could build on here. I just think it's way too intensive.
I would like to echo that. And I think that that's a fair point. And I don't think I could support an RM2 under any iteration because of the concerns of the traffic, the environmental, the creek, the sewer capacity. It just seems like too much and we need housing, but we need to be careful about where we put it and how we do it.
How do you feel about the change to the future land use?
I don't think it should exceed RM1.
Right, but that would be zoning. So, right now, the current future land use is.
I'm okay with mixed density as long as it is respectful of the environmental challenges, the sewer and the traffic.
It seems like everything that we're discussing now is usually something that I look for input on, in the staff reports when we get to the second level, when we have our reports from Public Works, Transportation about traffic impacts, about stormwater considerations, about sewer capacity, which we're kind of like talking around, but I tend to prefer to have that report. And I've not heard a reason yet why those recommendations should not be trusted. And yet every time we come to these to say, we hear the same thing, concerned about stormwater, concerned about traffic, and we have our county departments usually, by the time they get through all of these processes, at a place where they can say, this should be fine under our purview. So without those, that is what I will be looking for. I will be looking to see what does our Public Works Department say about the stormwater considerations here. If anyone has any reason why. Did we get that with a non-binding plan?
That kind of input?
Yeah.
There will be a level of analysis that can be done off the concept, yes. But no, if it's not going to be binding, that's as far as it goes. It's just that the concept.
What's the level?
Following concerns.
What's the level of analysis?
So it responds to the level of detail that we receive. So unless we receive something from the applicant following this meeting that's more detailed than this information, the engineering departments are going to ask the questions that they ask. I think Joel represented that discussion that's already going on and what they know about the basin. The same would be true about stormwater and what's known about the basin. And then there's some basic assumptions that would be made off of the yield and off of the paving associated with proposed roadway. And I think that's as far as it would go.
Yeah. But it would go further at the point of time that anyone wanted to actually build something
Correct.
in plan review.
We would have to have engineered detailing at that point.
Yeah, and so basically like the level of analysis that you get on the straight rezone is like, well, hypothetically, could someone do something that made plans review? Or or we see any problems in what you've submitted? But so when we don't get it in this report, it still happens as things are or are not being built.
Right.
Yeah. I trust our public utilities department, generally speaking. Public works, yeah.
I was going to say, it may be helpful for discussion. The mixed density residential future land use category has 3 residential zoning categories that are considered to be compatible. So a single family residential RS5, which is 6 units, not bedrooms, but 6 units to the acre. RM1 and RM2. Those 3 would be considered compatible with what the future land use change that's been requested. So if that's helpful. Okay.
Fine.
I don't have a lot of extra comments to make. I think a lot of good things were said already. I think Matt did a great job of kind of synthesizing my concerns and the question about RM1 versus RM2. You know, I kind of think that my main concern was that RM2, you know, I don't like creating unique little pockets of zoning. So RM1, I think I would probably be more in favor of as well. And so to get to the question about the future land use map, I think that, you know, I would be in favor of that, but maybe not in favor of the RM2. And I take environmental concerns very seriously too. I live on the river and I'm a big fan of riparian buffers, so definitely a consideration.
So just a couple of quick comments. We bring up affordable housing all the time, and the market determines affordable housing more than anything does. It's bigger, stronger than the government. It's going to make the move. It is what has put us here, with the big boost from low interest rates and a few other things. So the way to counter that is, one way to counter that is to build. The more units that are out there, the more competitive it gets, the more choices buyers and renters have. And when you have choices, and I sell real estate, my job, or what I do a strong thing to do, is get my buyer choices. Then they are thinking when they make their offer, well, if this doesn't work, I've got this. There's no panic in that. So more units brings more choices to Athens. Having said that, I did the same math that Matt did earlier, and it just wasn't computing. But on things like this also, I tend to I pay less attention to the drawings, because if we're just giving it an RM1 or an RM2, they can come back and do anything. So do I want the specifics? And that's where I was getting lost in the math, or not following or agreeing with, is that there's RM1 around this. It's appropriate. It's certainly not inappropriate to have more family housing, or not family housing, but residential housing. And so I don't have an issue with residential housing. Therefore, I don't have an issue with future land use of that. It's the number. And I think that is, when you stack and stack and stack, that's where the problems of traffic can be. I actually did a U-turn at about 10 after 8 this morning, and it was super easy and right there. And so the traffic comes and goes. And traffic's gonna be there. The biggest problem around that area and most of Athens is the number of traffic lights. That causes a lot of backup, but as far as cars driving around, it's not always as terrible as it sounds, but, so I'm not worried, but back to the idea, I-10, and I get, again, the, applicants are here to hear us say this, so I do throwing a RM2 out there, just poof, there it is, and I didn't mean it to sound like that song, but I would be hesitant to go RM2. And as y'all know, I have been in the past on things, but not so much because of the neighborhood that backs up to it, but because of just everything it brings in that little narrow space.
I mean, I think I generally agree with what most people have said. I think this is another example in Athens where when a property hasn't been developed at this point, there are reasons it wasn't developed. And in this case, probably has to do with the environmental sensitivity. I guess a couple of things to point out. I agree with the public commenter who pointed out the right in, right out. When you're building something the east side of town where everyone going in town needs to take a left, right? If you're working in town, you're getting to the loop, whatever you're doing. So that's just setting something up where everyone who lives in there is got to do a U-turn. That seems kind of counterintuitive to me. I was having a hard time when I first started looking at this plan. I was like, 272 units, that's crazy. It is just 272 bedrooms, which is a little less scary, but it still feels dense when you've got such a sensitive area. And I've heard this kind of thing before, which is that when we get to these sort of last remaining larger tracts of land around Athens, I think we have to be really careful. And so, for example, I don't think I would ever just approve a straight rezone to RM2 on a piece of land like this. It's 11 acres. And unless the site plan was binding or it was a PD or something, we would just have no assurance other than what we have in place. Like, I do really trust that our departmental staff is going to a lot of these concerns about the creeks, et cetera, those will be taken care of kind of down the road from what we do. But it just seems like, yeah, RM2 is entirely too dense for here. And thinking about, when you're proposing 4-bedroom homes, what that can mean in Athens is you're probably building a 4-bedroom, 4-bathroom home or something like that. So that immediately makes me think of toilets and sewer, and we're back to the sewer problem, which I think is probably the biggest showstopper for this project. So I think that's all I've got for now.
I have one last thing to add. A concern that I have, piggybacking off of what Sarah just said, is I also don't think that I could support anything that didn't have a binding site plan. I don't know what the land basis is here, but with all of the challenges and the goal to provide something affordable, I think there's a tricky balance, but there's so much money that would have to go into acquiring the land, to overcoming these challenges, to get the amount of life on here they want to try to achieve, that some corners end up getting cut for the price that these things ultimately end up selling or renting at. And so I would be very concerned with the quality, with how they would look, how they would present, how they'd hold up over time. And I would want to have some assurance and some guardrails of what happened there.
All right, well, what happens to the next go out? So, all right, thanks, everyone. What do we got? Item 4, my team.
All right, good evening. The following is the staff report for the zoning action zone 2026-01-0019, 1930 New Jimmy Daniel Road. And the applicant is Carter Engineering. The request is for a type 1 rezone for change from the future land use from employment center to mixed density residential and a zoning map change from employment industrial to RM. This is a aerial photograph from earlier last year showing the property in question. As you can see here, there's a large stormwater retention pond that is partially on this property and partially on the neighboring parcels as well. This is just south of Sam's Club. We'll have a zoomed out aerial here in just a minute that'll give a little bit more context to the location. This is the current and proposed future land use map. The one you got in your packets had a unfortunate typographical error on it that said that the change would just be to employment, which is not correct. It's to mixed density residential, indicated by the lovely yellow color. As you can see, there is a little bit of bleeding when it comes to the future land use into the property to the north. That's just that is accurate. It's just kind of funky. I just wanted to point that out, but it does not impact the parcel in question. Here would be the change from EI to RM2. This is a environmental areas map. You can see there's a little bit of 75-foot riparian buffer down here on the southern part of the property, and as mentioned earlier, the stormwater retention pond. This is that zoomed out photograph I was referencing earlier. As you can see, this parcel is kind of in a somewhat unique location. Ridge Point is to the west. It's this neighborhood here. There's been other residential developments on Jennings Mill Parkway further to the east, and again, it's to the south of the commercial corridor highway. This is the development plan that the applicant submitted along with this proposal. It's for townhome units. Again, this would not be binding as it's a straight rezone, but this is the general concept plan for what they would be targeting for this parcel. In general, staff finds that this request is partially compatible with the comprehensive plan, creating some nodal development, and also, staff also cited a lack of walkability to some of the adjacent commercial uses to the north. In general, it's compatible with the future land use map, zoning map, and ordinance. When it comes to the future land use change, this would represent and the zoning map change, it would represent creating an isolated district. Though staff does recognize that this area has been zoned for industrial uses for quite some time and no development has taken place. So is somewhat open to a change to a more residential focused in this area. There are concerns regarding the sanitary sewer at this location. There have been some discussions with public utilities and the applicant that I'll let them speak to later on. But again, there are concerns with the sanitary sewer that at the time of us writing the report, public utilities did not feel that they could support this plan were it to be coming through as currently constituted. There are some other zoning related corrective actions that the applicant's been made aware of that will come back up ahead of the voting session. But in general, staff is somewhat supportive of the future land use change and zoning map change with a heavy but regarding the sanitary sewer. And again, this is type 1, so it's just comments only. No vote for this one this evening. That concludes the staff report.
All right, thank you very much. Now we'll hear from the applicant.
I'm Jeff Carter with Carter Engineering, the civil engineer on this project as well. And we feel like this is a very good location for this type of use. I did want to spend a few minutes talking about sanitary sewer, something that we heard in the last case. I just want to clear a few things up, hopefully. So I think, as Joel mentioned, it is up to the developer to provide them with a solution that will work. We had a meeting last Friday. I believe we have a clear path forward on that. It is not going to be a huge concrete vault that's going to be there forever. That's not part of it. We wouldn't do that because it just doesn't make sense to do that. So obviously the details have to be worked out. We have to go through the permitting process. They have to approve it and all that. And so that's At least the way I'm looking at it, that's down the road, but we feel comfortable enough in proceeding that, we have a clear path forward for that. So, I'll, as much as I can, I'll be glad to, try to address the concerns there, but, long way to go on that. But again, I feel like we've got a good solution that's not gonna, be a burden on the public infrastructure for years to come. So, this is another one I'd be really interested. I want to hear your feedback, and we certainly want to make this a viable project. And again, I think this is some affordable housing here in Athens that, to me, is a good spot for it. You've got commercial close by, you've got other similar developments, around in this area. So I appreciate your comments, appreciate your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak in support of the applicant? Anyone here to speak in opposition to the applicant? Hearing none. Who wants to start with some comments?
I have much less problem with this than the prior one. And I think this area is right for some residential growth. There's a lot of access points and 78 and 29 that make this area make a lot of sense for more residential. I don't think it has quite the same challenges from a traffic standpoint or environmental. It just seems like it makes a lot more sense.
I think staff, there's a lot more detailed information from staff and their suggested corrective actions. And I, generally speaking, just want to underscore those. And I did have a question about, and this is more out of curiosity really than anything, about staff's item number 3 relating to the townhome lot size. So in RM2, when we have townhomes, currently we have a required minimum square foot lot size of 5,000. Is that right? Okay. I don't think I realized that. And then a townhome community does a lot. I think that's my own question.
So I will say this, the lot size can flex when you have a site that's over 2 acres.
Okay.
So this is 6. I believe that's right. Yeah.
Yes.
So the lot size has the ability, so what you're getting is a lot yield that's calculated using that 5,000. And then it can be arranged in a number of ways as long as we meet the other standards for setbacks and coverage and some other things that we need to work through. The other way to achieve something like this, is in opposition of a fee simple split of the land, is something that offers like a condominium style ownership product where you still have a single parcel. And we see that, the financing on that is right, and it doesn't always work. But there are different ways to achieve this kind of layout and flex those lot sizes or ownership lines.
Okay.
Yep.
So they just need to kind of figure out, or if they wanted to stay with what they're doing now, there'd have to be a variance request or something.
We'll see how this plays.
Okay. And then the other question I have, since you're, you would know this, is are we allowed to have that many as drawn on this plan? Are we allowed to have that many townhomes in a row without a break? And do we have a limit on that?
There is a limit for the amount of building frontage before it has to break in the multifamily. And there are offsets throughout. So just looking at the figure ground depiction of this, we don't have the architecturals to go along with it, but what's being shown meets code as far as those offsets. That's right. Because there's that.
Okay, and if this were a PD, I'd have different comments, but it's not. I think it needs more green, more playground, I think maybe this application is where staff mentioned, yeah, like not a concrete playground. It just needs a little, but we're also not looking at a tree plan, so that's more kind of for the applicant to thinking about livability and feeling to live there. I think that's it for me.
I'd say, generally, I think I'm feeling in favor of this one. You know, I think the change is, it makes sense. Seems like a good spot for some townhouses like this. So I like it.
Yeah, I think it's a good location. I also want to see some clarification on the corrective action. It's hard to make a final decision or true decision.
I have a question, and maybe Alex could answer it or she could answer it, and I know we don't have a new future land use map, but I also know that this particular area has always been kind of weird because it's all zoned employment, but it didn't pan out that way. So then we get these housing developments to pop up, and we're always kind of like, what was the discussion around here to shift it more toward residential in general?
I'll actually let Bruce say it because I want to be careful because it is not. I will say yes, and then I'll let.
And I just want to speak in really general terms. I'm not trying to act like that's like this particular parcel or anything like that.
Okay, if you want something in general terms, I will say this, that there were a lot of areas in town that were recognized by the Future Land Use Steering Committee as shifting their orientation away from, say, an industrial use or an employment expectation for the next 20 years to something that could accommodate residential in combination with maybe some lighter or smaller footprint commercial or some other nodal type things that would promote walkability and some other density. There were parts of town where we had employment future land use on the map for many, many years, 25 plus years of future land use, and it wasn't manifesting, wasn't coming forward in those locations. This is one of those areas that has crept away from the initial vision of Jenningsville Parkway being an alternate industrial route to Atlanta Highway having passenger vehicles. And we've seen some iterations of decisions made that have introduced residential along Jenningsville Parkway, and that mostly to the east. And then we saw Ridge Point kind of bookending it to the west. So the committee did spend some time on the side of the map looking at that transition and trying to paint a path for the next 20 years. And I think the discussion, as I recall, was favorable to that transition.
Yeah, because it feels like this area, regardless of what the future land use map says, it's very much feels like this particular area could just go either way toward light industrial versus residential, but I don't know if I have an opinion either way.
Right. And so the infrastructure conversation was a very big topic in talking about all of those areas. And this side of the community, McNutt's Creek Basin, and Joel, you could give us more color if it's needed, but we've got aging lines that have been built in iterations that function fine for low intensity uses. And believe it or not, like Sam's Club would be a lower intensity sanitary sewer type use, even though it's such a big facility. Housing is a high intensity producer of sanitary sewer demand. And so the McNutt's Creek Basin is tough. It's one of those that's been under constant analysis. I know it's going to be a part of the service delivery discussion. And it is one of those that is so considerably long that it's not going to be a 5-year fix by any stretch. It would probably be 10 to 20 years to completely get that in a position where it could handle medium and certainly not high density, but maybe high density residential, depending on how far the fix goes. But yeah, McNutt's Creek it's not a basin that can handle a lot of additional capacity.
And I'll add to that, this is why I'm being careful, because the mayor and commission had the future land use ready to vote on this past Tuesday. They decided to hold it for 2 months. Some changes came in, which is fine. It doesn't bother me a bit. The commissioners have changed things, so they're going to do that. But we proposed it as mixed density residential. But the mayor and commission is not finished with the math, so.
Yeah, exactly.
But we saw it the way you're kind of leaning. And I've got another comment.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, so this is an RM1 to zoning that I don't mind, based on where it is and how traffic flows and all that. But also, as a born and raised Athenian, I cannot leave this meeting without making sure everyone knows that the lot just below it is the lot of the very historic area, Athens Speedway, dirt track. And if you look at this, at the satellite map, you can actually see where it was, even though it's very much overgrown. But just throwing that in, this was way out in the boondocks when I was a kid. Like the mall was way out in the boondocks when I was a kid. And this was even further. So I'm just making sure everybody knows that little piece of nostalgia.
I'll just add, I agree with what everyone said about that multifamily here seems like a perfectly reasonable use. It doesn't have as much sensitive environmental areas, so I'm less concerned about the RM2 density and.
I just want to make sure that I understood you right, Bruce, that regarding staff's comment number 3, because this is a site over 2 acres, there's no minimum lot size for those townhomes. It's just that there's a 6 lots per acre cap on yield.
On their yield.
So they're showing 32. They could
do 32.
They could do up to 36 on a 6 acre site on as small a lot as they want, basically, or
other metrics have to be met.
Right.
Lot size comes off the table.
Okay. And one other metric, if I remember right,
is it the case that
each townhome has to be
20 feet wide?
In RM2, unless they get like a waiver, which they'd have to do as a ED or binding site plan or something.
So there is that if you're going to subdivide, there's a minimum lot width that way with the townhomes for shared wall construction.
Okay, yeah.
But 20 feet
If
wide.
they're doing them on individual parcels.
As opposed to
yeah,
townhome style units
that
are
multifamily.
all on a single parcel.
Yeah.
They can be 16 feet wide or whatever architecture they come up with. Okay, thank you.
Comments? We good? Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, where are we at? Item 5, 295 Doherty Street.
So the request for 295 Doherty Street is a rezone, record number zone 2026-010034. The request is to rezone from commercial downtown to G, government. Future land use is already downtown. It would not be changed with this request. The downtown design area overlay that's on this parcel is currently Doherty Street. There's no request to change that designation, and it is consistent with what's on either side. There is no concept plan that was submitted with this. This is a straight rezone, but it is associated with the development agreement for a public parking deck associated with the redevelopment of the Hotel Abacus or Foundry Park Inn property. Looking at some mapping for the property, this shows you the future land use. The site that we're talking about is this odd shape here that has frontage almost onto North Avenue. This would stay downtown. Zoning would go from downtown to G as shown in that pale blue. And this shows the environmental areas, which aren't there. They're kind of close by, but I will note there's considerable topographical change on this site. This figure ground view also shows the build condition has these 3 staggered footprints. They've been a number of things over the years. At one point, it was a spa that was associated with the hotel use. They've been apartments, but those would be removed as part of the future development of the public parking structure. There's a better view of those footprints and the pool. This view also shows you proximity to Lay Park, and that's important. So here you see the active programmed areas of Lake Park. Nothing in this area would be disturbed as part of the development, other than to accommodate interconnection of the parking deck to the park. In all likelihood, at an upper level that brings people at the grade of the park itself. And that is likely to be where the handicap accessible parking will be in the deck, is a significant number of spaces there to put you at grade for the park. Staff's recommendation is for a recommendation of approval for the requested rezone. It is compatible with the 2023 comprehensive plan. It's compatible with the surrounding zoning. The downtown, we've recognized in previous consideration for this development, central hub of the county and the community, supports a variety of businesses, jobs, and we have transportation options. The notion here is to provide some shared parking in a structure that would help support the park, this side of downtown, and some of the uses that are on Thomas and Foundry that are in easy walking distance. So that concludes the staff report. Happy to answer any questions.
So even though it's ACC property, we have a separate petitioner presenting for it. Is that the case?
For and against.
Okay, all right, there we go. All right, you're up.
Awesome. Good evening. My name is Buck Bacon. I'm with W&A Engineering. Our office is located at 355 Bonita Street here in Athens, Georgia. I'm here to represent the current owner, Mallory and Evans. Ultimately, this property will be transferred to Athens-Clarke County ownership. The rezone request is related to, as Bruce referenced, related to the core project and development agreement that was recently approved by Mayor and Commission. And this rezone is necessary to accommodate the agreements made between my client, Mallory and Evans, Four Spaces, the Athens Downtown Development Authority, and the unified government. No change to the future land use plan is being requested. Proposed zoning and use is consistent with the goals and objectives of the comprehensive plan. And obviously the intended use is for a public parking garage to be owned and operated by the Athens Downtown Development Authority. I should say owned by Athens-Clarke County government, operated by Athens Downtown. So with that, I don't have anything else to add, but I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any. Thank you.
Is there anybody here to speak in support of the application? Anybody here to speak in opposition to the application? Okay, hearing none. Who wants to start a discussion or? Matt?
I move to approve the request.
Okay, I'll second that. Okay. Any further discussion on the motion?
With parking. So the parking would be used for the hotel and Lake Park.
So the parking would be available for general public use. There is some information about the fee structure, but the idea is that it would be available for the general public. There would be also spaces in there that could be, much like our other downtown parking decks, there can be longer term leases that are administered by the Downtown Development Authority. But the levels available for the park would be available for the park. Yeah.
Does the DDA run the other downtown decks? So if you're parking at this deck and you're there for Lane Park, would you pay?
So there's been discussions about how to manage that. Whether you have a pass system or you have some sort of validation process. But I can tell you staff is very keen to make sure that arrangement's clearly understood and that the Lay Park public parking is available to people that want to use Lay Park.
This would be replacing the parking that's currently like around by the park playground.
That's right, the surface lot, yeah.
Right.
Bruce, did I understand you to say it's under discussion with staff, but the intention is to find a way to make it so that park users don't pay to park there?
Yes, I mean, that is the conversation that we're having. And it will.
How
be-
better?
how to accomplish it, how to manage that when you have other users in that same deck. So it's a little tricky. There'll be some mechanics to it. But yeah, this will be our deck to manage. So we can do it.
Is, at Lake Park, is there a, staff member there, like 9 to 5 or?
Yeah, the front counter is staffed, yeah.
Okay. Because I do find it handy when I go to mayor and commission meetings and you can get the little validation thing, just grab it. And when you go out, you put your ticket in, it tells you $4, then you scan that and it opens up. So there's that. I don't know if that's the way to do this because you've got to be able to have those. Otherwise, people like me will just grab, time it up and make.
And you mentioned, Bruce, that the other planned development in the, over the hotel property, all that has its parking taken care of on its.
Correct. So all of that proposed multifamily housing is wrapping an internal deck that is for the tenants of that housing. Yep.
Questions, anything else? All right, I guess we'll do a vote.
Alrighty. The motion is to approve the rezoning request. Gary,
Yes.
Fleece,
Yes.
Beresford,
Yes.
Hall,
Yeah.
McLaughlin,
Yes.
Pass.
Yes.
Sam's,
Yes.
and Lord.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
All right, text amendment, item number 6. Data center. Staff- I'm not gonna be able to get it out of my head now.
Love your data center.
If it's acceptable to everybody, I'm gonna do this seated, because I would like discussion on this, and I also don't want to block anybody's view of the screen. All right, well, thank you for this. This is something staff's been working on. We brought this to you in December. Staff had kind of initiated looking at this issue earlier in the fall as something that we wanted to get ahead of. And lo and behold, we had a lot of support for that kind of movement, and we had the Mayor and Commission pass a resolution to put a moratorium in place to allow time for this to move forward without us entertaining any proposals for any data centers. That moratorium is in place until March 6th. And so having this in front of you tonight puts it on a cycle that would get it to them for their March 3rd vote, which is absolutely appropriate and kind of what was anticipated. And we can talk procedurally as the discussion goes on about what that may or may not mean for y'all's recommendation. So a couple things I want, staff's also using this as an opportunity to talk about a chapter of code that we don't often get to talk about publicly. And that's our chapter 9-11 that is about industrial uses. And we in Athens have had a section of code. This code is the structure of this chapter has largely been the same even prior to us rezoning the entire county in 2000. We have had a pretty comprehensive view of what heavy industry is and how we want to measure it, and certain thresholds that we think are important for having good analysis to make sure we make smart decisions about heavy industry. This chapter of code has our employment office zone, which is meant to be almost like an office park zoning category. It has EI, which is our light industrial, and it has straight I, which is heavy industry. So what we've proposed is to work within that chapter, but we also needed some definitions to help us do some things in our use tables. And if you've ever looked at our zoning chapters, you'll know we have the same table that repeats in every single chapter of code for each zoning designation. And within that table, we let you know if it's permitted with a P, not permitted with an N, a special use with an S, or sometimes we'll have a designation that also has an L, which was referenced earlier in an earlier presentation by staff, with a limitation. And that limitation would be something unique about that use in that zone that we think needs to be thought about. So the background on this really came down to the fact that data centers are something that had only been nominally talked about over the years that I've worked here until the last 4 years or so. Data centers are now very much a topic for us to be working through, and communities all over the country are revisiting their code and trying to put tools in that ordinance or ordinances to help manage these proposals. So we needed definitions. We have proposed a definition that we think covers all kinds of data centers. Some other jurisdictions dig a little deeper and they'll try to get into a typology of data centers in their definition. We felt it was important just to say what a data center is, generally speaking. And what we wanted to do is then build in some thresholds for how they function, and when they are of a certain scale or a certain type, we want to work with them a certain way. So we'll walk through what that is. Some of the challenges that we've come across in doing this research, and we ran through these in December with you when we first started talking about this, is that we have this broad sense of what a data center can be. A data center, in some respects, is just a slightly larger server room. And you think of any school or any large office building, certainly a hospital, or large, or not even large industries, smaller industries have server rooms of some kind. A lot of times those server rooms, as we've come to know them, are just storing what's going on. Data centers take it to another level where they're actually processing some things and they're serving a different kind of function rather than just holding. They're actually working on new information. And that front edge kind of analysis is what we all rely on with our phones and so many other things in our life now. But they're also used for research. So it's not just to be able to query something here, but it's also sometimes to do proprietary work for a pharmaceutical company or for an engineering firm that's trying to figure out how to make a better part for the things that they create in their production facility. So in trying to write a definition, we didn't want to overreach. We wanted to give it boundaries for what we're talking about when we say data centers. And we wanted to recognize we probably have some of these in our community right now. And those data centers need to have room in which to exist. And anything that goes beyond a certain scale needs to be given special attention. So timeline represented here really quickly. We've been working on this fairly quickly as compared to some of the other things that we do text amendment wise. We did take a little extra time rather than bringing this to you in January for consideration. We had additional research that we were doing that actually was super helpful. And I want to also recognize we've had a lot of residents, volunteers, organizing some really well done informational sessions for folks that are concerned about this issue. Laura Iyer has been an excellent resource and a leader in that effort. Dr. Tawana Maddox has been also on the front edge of those organizing efforts and communication, and then all kinds of people that they've worked with, and they've had this routine presence of talking about these issues. Staff's attended as many of those as we could. In fact, I think we've attended every single one in some form or fashion. And what we've been trying to do is listen in those meetings. We have not been presenters, we have not been active participants, but we have been listening to the concerns that people have had. And you all have received, I think, an excellent synopsis from several people that has come through that educational effort. There are 9 points in some of them, there are 8 points in others. They're very consistent. All of those lists are remarkably consistent. And what I'm going to try to do in this presentation is address those points that they've raised as areas of concern. So some things to know about data centers. They do house those servers. Those servers are either storing or processing, as I mentioned. There is an industry to this that has tried to organize how to talk about what data centers do, and they've recognized, the Uptime Institute has tried to recognize there's tiers of these. We used that tiering system to help us begin to appreciate the breadth of what data centers are. Energy usage is a primary topic when talking about data centers. There are high demands for energy for the cooling systems. There are high demands for energy to keep the redundancy of these facilities constantly in place and intact, because if there's any interruption in service, there's an interruption in their primary function. And we as consumers find that super inconvenient when we can't do the things that we want to do here. We lose our minds, right? And when industry is also investing into these things to actually advance their research, it's a big deal to them as well. So these data centers are underpinning many, many things that are making our normal way of life function these days. So having them constantly able to run. So if there's a power outage, they have things on site to make sure that you never know. And that's the redundancy in the power supply. But the cooling is a big user of power. And those cooling systems can have multiple designs, and we'll talk about that in a minute as well. But when we look at data centers, some of them are small in footprint and they're small in power draw. But they can also be small in footprint and still pretty high in power draw, just because of the type of functions that are going on in there. And the fact that they're running 24/7 and not running in this sort of peak and low. So the size of the facility is not always an indicator of the power draw necessary. There's an example, there's a comparison on the screen. Megawatts are one of those sort of measurements that are sort of hard to conceptualize. So 50 megawatts is what a couple of years ago you might have said was an average data center. We're starting to see megawatts that are going up into the 4-digit draw of energy usage. But 50 megawatts is an approximation of about 32,000 homes, 32,500 homes. When I presented to you in December, we talked about the residences in Winterville, not the businesses and the schools, but just the homes in Winterville is about 1 megawatt. So scale, when you think of homes, that's kind of shocking. But what we're really talking about is industry. So we want to make sure we're comparing apples to apples, and we'll have some information that'll help us do that. So in the text amendment that staff has developed, one of the thresholds that started to come to light as we did our research since December, we had originally talked about 2.5 megawatts being perhaps a way to indicate this type of data center should be allowed by right. Anything less than 2.5 megawatts is what we talked about in December. And anything north of that would have to come through a process where it wasn't automatic that they could be approved. There would need to be mayor and commission action to look at the proposal and make sure that it's going to work. As we started looking at data center facilities, we started to notice that 5 megawatts was on par with some of our existing industries in town. One of the things that we want to make sure that we do to keep us legally safe, but it's also just how to administer zoning appropriately, is to make sure that we're not singling out one industrial use that might function and have the same impacts as another industrial use. That apples to apples comparison is really important for how we're going to write these standards. So there's 2 examples on the screen that are 5 megawatt users of power. One's in Reno, Nevada from this past year. The other's in El Paso, Texas from this past year. So to think about footprint of this particular design of a 5 megawatt data center, in Reno, it's a 7-acre site. In El Paso, it's slightly over 10 acres. In Reno, it's a 61,500 square foot facility. It's very similar in El Paso, Texas. To compare that to something that y'all might be familiar with, the new East Side Kroger is 120,000 square feet. So these 5 megawatt data centers are half the footprint of the East Side Kroger. But in terms of power draw, the 5 megawatts represented in that 60,000 plus square feet is appreciably higher than the power draw of the Kroger. We've heard a variety of numbers described about what the draw is on a Kroger of that size. The refrigeration that's in there is what creates that high draw. And we've heard something slightly north of, that's where the 2.5 megawatts came from when we talked in December, 2.5 to potentially 3 at peak times, middle of the summer when they're trying to keep all of our groceries cold. Water and cooling, where a lot of the concerns about data centers have originated is power draw, but it's also the environmental issues associated with cooling these systems. If it's a water-based evaporative system, it uses a tremendous amount of water. Water, unlike most industries that I think we're used to seeing. And what we have proposed in our text amendment is that evaporative systems would not be allowed. A data center, if it's going to be reviewed by right, or if it's something that goes through the special use process, doesn't matter, it will always be a closed loop system according to our ordinance. So closed loop cooling, let's talk about that. We have a definition for it that we proposed. We've added the word true closed loop because our research found that you might still have a closed loop system that has an outer loop to it that still has some evaporative action, which would require recharging the system with water. When we say true closed loop, we mean there is no evaporative component anywhere in that system. So what that means is perhaps there's a water glycol mix. Perhaps it's entirely a chemical and it doesn't involve a water mix at all. But that is a big concern also. So now you're not using public water, but you are using chemicals. And those chemicals, these systems have to be designed very carefully to contain those, to make sure that if there is any opportunity for some of that to escape or leave, it's got to be contained. And that's all part of that design protocol for those chemicals. But the water issue is largely regulated through the closed loop system requirement. So we just want to make sure everybody understands that's part of what we're talking about in this text amendment. One of the other things that we heard in discussions was how to link these with a renewable energy opportunity to try to require those things as part of these developments. Again, we were trying to even the playing field. So if we're going to ask for renewable energy for a data center, we're also going to ask for it for all of our industry. As we try to roll out those types of regulations, we've got more work to do. So in lieu of a requirement in this text amendment, what we've tried to do is provide it as an incentive. And so for data centers, as suggested in our text, under 5 megawatts could be allowed by right, assuming it doesn't break these other thresholds, and we'll go through those in a minute. If a data center operator developer wanted to go above the 5 megawatts, the only way that they could do that is to provide on-site renewable energy to achieve that amount of energy draw that's north of 5 megawatts. What we're also learning is, what does it take to do on-site renewable energy? What can you really get? And so we've got some information on the screen. We talked a lot with officials in Loudoun County. We saw an excellent training session and we followed up with some phone calls. But talking with them, solar panels, 5 acres of solar panels creates 1 megawatt. That's dedicating 5 acres to those solar panels. A lot of people will quickly say, well, just put them on the roof. Well, the challenge with a lot of data centers is when you go to do the cooling, you need that rooftop for the piping and the systems to achieve the cooling. So the roof is not really always going to be available for your solar panel. It's almost got to be ground mounted. So you need additional acreage to achieve whatever amount of energy you're going to get on site. That starts to diminish how much you can actually realistically produce. And we'll talk in a little bit about the acreage in Athens-Clarke County that's available for this type of development. So a 100 megawatt data center would require 2,000 acres of solar panels. That's no small thing. And in Athens-Clarke County, we don't really have that kind of acreage available to achieve that level of energy generation. The other source of information that's been super helpful for looking at renewable energy and for data center guidelines has been the University of Michigan. And they've put out some circulars and done some research for the state of Michigan that was super helpful. But we looked at wind turbines, and this was very educational, that, around 85 acres to produce a megawatt using those turbines, that when you picture those large bladed, very tall turbines, that's what you need to produce a megawatt. We were also seeing some things that was kind of putting it north of 10 acres per turbine. Sometimes more than that, depending on proximity and design, you could need up to 40 acres. And so when you think of renewable energy with these, if we get some, that's good. And if they need to go north of the 5 megawatts, we thought, well, let's make it an incentive and see where that takes us. So we had definitions. We had data centers as a use in all of our use tables and all of our zones, but they are only permitted or even open for consideration in our industrial zone, singular, and our institutional zone. I will note, and you'll see a map here in a second, the institutional zone is really not on the map. In fact, it's absolutely not on the map. It exists in our code book, but it has not yet been applied to any property in Athens-Clarke County. The institutional zone almost functions entirely like a planned development. It is meant to allow for campuses of institutions to develop a master plan for their campus and build it out over time. It was originally written for one of our hospitals. They opted not to use it because they weren't quite there with the master planning effort. But in those institutional zones, we thought it was appropriate to keep it with a limitation that it has to go through that PD level approval process. So it would go to the mayor and commission. It's not by right. And 2, it would have to be associated with that institutional use. In other words, IN zoning doesn't mean you can build a data center. It means you could have a data center function as part of your medical training facility or as part of your higher education institute, that institutional use. Okay. A data center that is over 5 megawatts in our proposed text is categorized as a level 3 use. A level 3 use, we have 1, 2, and 3 levels of industrial uses. Level 3 uses go immediately for mayor and commission consideration through the special use process. There is no by right opportunity for anything that works as a level 3 use. We did update our criteria for levels 1, 2, and 3. We added reporting requirements to both level 2 and level 3. The reporting requirement for level 2 uses are those things, and we'll go through the criteria here in a second. But if somebody comes in with an industrial proposal and they are proposing to use more water than the thresholds that are in code, or if they're proposing to generate more traffic than the threshold that's in code, or more vibration or more sound, then they are automatically being considered as a level 2, at least. A level 2 means that staff, particularly our engineering staff, are going to sit down and see, is there any way to provide for this proposal? Is there any way that we could have an upgrade of a signal to deal with the traffic, or a road widening or decel lane? And then we figure out who's going to pay for it. Same with water or sewer. Is there a reasonable way to connect what they want to do with what is also a public priority, something that we may have already programmed, but we haven't funded yet? How can we put that together? And if it needs funding, it's going to go before the mayor and commission for consideration. And then level 3 are those things, that's the highest level. There is no analysis against those thresholds. Do not pass go. You go straight to the special use process, which is public review, public opportunity for comment, and in front of the mayor and commission for decision before you can do anything. We also added some design requirements as part of these. We set some buffering standards of 400 feet when a proposed industrial use data center is within 400 feet of a residential or agricultural zone. There are certain things they can and cannot do. There's a requirement for example, for a berm and a buffer. So you have to provide something that would provide line of sight, but also sound attenuation. We talked about the true closed loop system requirement. And as I mentioned before, the renewable opportunity, If you're otherwise by right and you want to go above 5 megawatts, you have to do it through on-site renewable energy. And if you can't achieve it in that way, you're a special use. So we could read through these. I think most people who have seen it have read through these definitions. I'm happy to respond to any questions to this wording. But I did want to note the data center definition that we've got is very broad. It is not meant to be something that it's only these things. It's meant to grow and adapt as technology changes with these, because what we're already seeing is data center technologies responding to these regulatory changes like what we're proposing. We wanted our definition to continue to live past what we currently understand data centers to be. So it is intentionally broad. The closed loop system and open loop system for cooling, we needed to make that plain, what we were talking about. On-site power generation and renewable energy also needed definitions. And I will note the renewable energy definition is something that we have reached out to our folks that are working on education, community education, particularly as it relates to biomass. We have biomass listed in the renewable energy definition that we're proposing. I think there's an argument to be made that biomass is probably something that might introduce other environmental concerns, the unintended consequences of biomass energy production. We're not trying to create those unintended consequences. So that might be an edit that we would consider to be appropriate, is to take biomass out of this definition. Let's look at the mapping. So we are saying data centers would only be considered in industrial zones. This map shows you where those zoned lands are today. So we have 1,816 acres that are zoned industrial right now, and no land that is zoned institutional. The areas in that darker color are the areas. There's a small amount right here that is industrial off of Will Hunter Road that is actually a inert material recycling facility. But largely what you're talking about is here in North Athens and here on just outside the loop on the east side of the loop. All right here. So we also thought it was important to note that 510 acres are undeveloped of that 1,800. So 1,800, what's shown on the map is what's undeveloped. With the exception of the interest in 900 Athena's property, most data centers are not looking to retrofit existing buildings. They're looking to build their own proprietary structure. And so vacant land tends to be where a data center developer is first going to look. So we only have 510 acres that are undeveloped, that are owned privately, 90 undeveloped acres that are owned by Athens-Clarke County, and 80 of those 90 are in one parcel. It's the parcel that we recently acquired to move transit facilities to. So not a data center. And the average acreage of these undeveloped parcels is about 8. So you think back of the examples I showed you in Nevada and Texas, one was 7, one was 10, about 8 acres. So that yield of undeveloped industrially zoned property and what it could do and produce about a 5 megawatt facility is kind of showing you right that sort of pocket that we were thinking was potentially possible as a by right. And if they needed to do more, again, you're going to the mayor and the commission. Here are those criteria. And these are the things that have been in our code for a long, long time. We're working with those. They've served us well. So water usage, these are all level 1 criteria. If these are exceeded, you go to that level 2 level of consideration where we're going to figure out with staff's help, can this be done reasonably? And if it can't be done reasonably, you're going to move on to a level 3, which requires the commission to get involved. Water usage, we are asking to add, in addition to the 250,000 gallons per day threshold, a 250,000 gallon holding tank. We thought that was appropriate given the recharge aspects of not just data centers, but other industrial uses. Wastewater, we didn't have to make a change at all. In fact, the threshold was pretty good compared to the other communities that are introducing these for the very first time. Our standard is very consistent with what they're proposing in their codes because they didn't have these thresholds. C, got a measurement for vibration, and we have language in here about when we're gonna measure that when it's adjacent to residential properties. This is something, all of these criteria that I'm walking through, when somebody comes forward to develop one of these by right, even if they're just coming through plans review, they have to produce a report that shows how their proposed project is going to respond to these thresholds. And we verify that information at the staff level to make sure it's reasonable, given what we're seeing in the plan set. So we take these very seriously, and you don't get to move forward to deployment. You don't have an adequate response to these. Hazardous materials use and storage, that wording is new, the category is not. It was previously called, I believe, fire, fire and explosion. We decided that hazardous materials use and storage was inclusive of those fire things and went beyond to pick up those chemical storage concerns that we would have with all kinds of industry. So we have a variety of local, state, federal regulations that are involved with hazardous materials use and storage. Those would have to be satisfied as part of a submittal. Traffic. We're not really changing our standards here. We moved the language from the bottom of the page to the top of the page. But what we're looking here is 100 peak hour trip ends or truck traffic that's 50% or more of what's generated on site. Solid waste generation, 2,000 pounds per day of solid waste transported to landfill. That's a big deal. Our landfill capacity is something that we manage very, very closely. And so we can't have that used frivolously. That's why this standard's in place. We also have a standard for odor. We have a standard for noise. The decibel measures for noise are, again, extremely consistent with what we're seeing across the country. We're looking at data centers. Glare is the standard that we have. We also have an entire chapter, 919, that deals with lighting. We are proposing to make not just the glare standard that we've had in this section of code for many years, but we're also saying all requirements of 919 shall also apply. That's already happening, but it wasn't explicit in the code. So that's the addition we have here for glare. Stormwater, we were updating our wording to make sure that we had the correct reference to our other section of code that deals with stormwater. So that's what you see on the screen. And then we added the recognition that phasing could be one of those things that creates a loophole for data center development. And we wanted to make it plain that if you are going to phase your project, you must demonstrate the impacts of each phase of that project against these thresholds. We're going to look at them individually, but also in a cumulative way over each phase so that we can identify maybe phase one stays under all the thresholds, but the minute you do phase two, you may go over. And we're going to talk about that on the front end of your development proposal, not just let it happen and then have to play catch up when you've already made this investment in this facility. So level 2 requirements are anything that went above level 1. And as I mentioned before, this is where we're talking about local government funded infrastructure, or when we have to go to the mayor and commission to get funding to make something happen. If it's consistent with what we're seeing on the ground, it's a reasonable thing to do. We've already programmed for the sewer. Maybe we're going to move that up a couple years to make this work out. Who's going to pay for it? That's what's in this section. What's also new in here, and it's something that was mentioned in what our emails were asking for, is reporting. Now they're asking about energy reporting. The challenge we have is that we as a local government, we're not a utility when it comes to energy. If we were managing our own power utility, like some communities do, we would have the opportunity to have standards for how we're doling that out. But we are not. We are a utility in other ways, but not for energy. And so what we can do is use energy measurements as a way to do a typology for how to talk to and how to understand these facilities, but we can't deny anybody based on energy and their draw. So the reporting that we're asking for here is a pre-report and a post-construction report that would tell us how you're performing against these thresholds that I just walked through. For level 2 uses, We're saying we figured it out. We've got a funding program. And within 12 months after you started operating, we want to see, are you doing it the way that you said the design was going to function? That's a one-time report for level 2 uses. So one time, 12 months after CO. With level 3 uses, which is in this list, these are the things that are level 3 uses. So we've inserted data centers of 5 megawatts or more. We've also added munitions. We took this opportunity to say explosives, fireworks, or munitions manufacturer. We felt that was a gap in our code. But these things are listed in the level 3 list. Let's see if it can do no. They would have annual reporting. So these are those higher intensity industrial uses. And this is all new language that's proposed as part of this text amendment to say that we would have an annual reporting mechanism of that performance measurement data. And we've built into here a routine for that reporting to occur with expectations for how staff is going to receive it and review it. And then if there is something that exceeds those allowable thresholds, that owner of that project is now asked to come up with a way that you're going to fix it. Either you're going to walk it back to the thresholds that were there originally at the time that you got a permit, or you're going to show why what you're doing right now meets acceptable use of public infrastructure and is not creating any harm. There's also a time of performance for fixing anything that needs to be fixed. So this is something that would be submitted to staff. This is something that would live with the record. And failure to be able to make a fix that's been identified puts you back in front of the mayor and commission and with a fresh look at your special use. And so that's the very last sentence. There shall be a renewed review of the special use permit through the special use procedure in chapter 9-20. They are not, that owner, that applicant would not have the presumption that that special use shall remain. The entire thing is revisited and it may be denied. So we felt like this was pretty strong language. And this reporting is not just for data centers. This reporting is for any level 3 industrial use. And as I mentioned before, we had some EI and I design standards. These apply to both light industrial and heavy industrial. We did kind of shore up our language on front yard landscaping. Some things to note, and I want to spend a minute on this. We have riparian buffers that are unique to our industrial zone, not the EI, but the I. So we have 150-foot buffers off of every state identified perennial stream or intermittent stream on either side of the stream bank, 150 feet. That is exceptionally greater than what the state requires, and it is far greater than any of our peer communities require. We learned the value of that. Some of you might remember with the fire that took place out on Transtech Drive. That facility was built prior to those buffers being in place. If those buffers hadn't been in place, Trail Creek would not have suffered the way that it did from the flushing of those chemicals in response to the fire. All of these sections are new. So section F is talking about when we have something within 400 feet of a property line that's residential or agriculturally zoned neighboring property. All the mechanical equipment needs to be buffered and have an acoustical barrier. So this is us responding to what we heard in discussion about concerns about noise, but also about vibration. And so that's a requirement, and that would be at the design level that we would want to see these things. This isn't something after they've built, we'll follow up with you and get your soundproofing. Although we could, if we find that it's not functioning to this standard. G, also within 400 feet of a property line. There is that buffer wall requirement that I mentioned. And this would involve not just the buffering plantings, but also the installation of a berm. If there is existing tree canopy there, that can be counted. We're also have standards introduced here about generator testing. This is something that we saw in Loudoun County and some of the other communities that are writing data center text amendments. That would be limited essentially to daytime hours. And you know, unless there is, I think the wording we have, except for generator testing or commissioning activities, generator use is limited to backup or emergency use only. And then we have those unique things that we were going to say about data centers. The cooling system being truly closed loop, and then that other provision that would allow for renewable energy in an incentive basis for the by right data centers. And last but not least, parking. Everybody wants to make sure that we get the parking right. All right. So we lifted and kind of pieced together from other industrial uses, but where we landed was 1 space per employee during largest shift, plus 1 space per company vehicle. What we meant was on-site company vehicle. In our research on this, what we found was from a staffing standpoint, these facilities tend to have some amount of on-site staff that is responsible for operations. That may be 1 or 2 or 3 staff people. Security, which also may be 2 to 4 staff people. And then you have maintenance staff. And a lot of these maintenance staff, what we're seeing operationally, they aren't dedicated to one site. They are specialized maintenance staff that do certain types of work inside these facilities, maybe working on switches, maybe working on the cooling system, maybe working on the mounts for the racks. And they're working multiple sites in a region or some geographic area. They are not dedicated to the single site, so it didn't make sense for us to dedicate parking for somebody who's essentially going to be sharing spaces on a maybe weekly, could be once a month basis for this routine for their management. The last thing I'll say is we were looking at these data centers and how they function, and we were prepared to see, could a data center function outside of the industrial zone and be something that we could build into the code? What we were starting to recognize was that scale was the issue, that scale question and how to address the scale. So that's where that 5 megawatts comes into play. What makes these clearly an industrial use in staff's estimation and in talking with engineers that develop these facilities is that the larger they get and that need for redundancy, the more they store, for example, a very large amount of fuel on site, the more that they have an impact in their chemical storage that is atypical for a light industrial use. They just tend to walk and talk and function in the same category or above what other heavy industries may actually need or have on site. Fuel storage in particular. So for these generators, the storage of the diesel necessary to provide for the generators that are needed to keep that redundancy in place, especially as you get to a tier 3 and tier 4 type data center. It's on the order of the tank farm here that we have in town for holding refined fuel. That's very much an industrial use. And so we felt like we were on solid ground by slotting this into this zone, into this use category. We feel pretty confident with this, but we also acknowledge there's room for adjustments. And I am going to stop talking, believe it or not. And we spent so much time on this. This is my opportunity to kind of do a data dump. And so I appreciate your patience, but happy to answer questions. Love to hear the comments, and I'll stop right there.
Well, thank you. Thank you to staff for doing all this work. It's been a lot of work. I guess we take public comment. Yeah. So yeah, let's do it.
Good evening. My name is Darryl McManus. Where are you from? Where are you from?
All over the place.
Where are you from?
I was born in Virginia.
Where do you live?
I live in Watkinsville.
So you live in Watkinsville?
Yes, sir.
I live 337 Old Pitter Road.
Okay, very good.
Why you want to put something in my area that is that dangerous in my area? I mean to ask you the question. Why you want to put something that's going to do something like this where we live? What makes y'all think y'all have rights to just continue to do what you want to do in our neighborhood? Is that going near you where you live? Is that taking up all your water? Do you know I only pay $37 for water? A month? You'd rather destroy stuff to build something. That's stupid. What are you gaining from giving somebody, putting a data center here that they're only going to employ 3 people? Are you actually listening to the residents around here? Or you just decide that you want to make your own decided decisions that you want to do? You tell me. You're the planning commission. You tell me. Why are you making these decisions on our areas where we live? It's always in the north side of the area you want to put something there. You don't want to put no homes there. You want to put apartments there. But you want to put a big old data center there that's going to take up all this electricity and water for who? Who gains this? Not the people at Athens don't gain their drop of it. But you steady want to bring something in here to us. We're tired of it. We are sick and tired of this city, county commission, mayor, and everybody else trying to do everything they feel that they want to do to us as a people. We're not playing with you. And I'm letting you know we're not playing with you. We'll fight you, literally. That's not a threat, that's a promise. We're tired of you. You don't respect nobody, but all you want to do is spend. And you're disrespecting every daggone citizen here because they're what y'all want. We're tired. The citizens are tired. We can't even get daggone infrastructure here without the mayor taking half the money. We're tired. He served with me. He understands my plot. We had to fight to get a bridge built. But you would rather put money in a data center. You're psychopaths.
Thank you. Anybody else for public comments on the proposed change?
I'll do a public comment. Hi, everyone. I'm Olivia. I live at 105 College State Road. And before I start comment, can I ask a quick question of you, Bruce, to just make sure I understand?
Sure.
Are all of the data centers level 3 or only ones that are above 5 megawatts?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
So anything that is 5 megawatts or greater is automatically level 3.
Okay.
Yes. But because we have the other thresholds, and power usage is not one of those thresholds, you could have a data center that draws 3 megawatts that might go over on one of those other thresholds for vibration or trip generation or some of those other metrics. That would go through the level 2 or level 3 process.
Okay.
Is that
That answers my question mostly, which is actually one more question.
okay? Good.
The other one is if it was a level 1 or level 2, let's just say hypothetically, it's very small. What would the opportunity for public comment look like in those cases?
Excellent question. Okay, so if it's a level 2 review, is it okay if I don't start the timer and answer the question? Okay. If it is a level 1 or level 2, essentially an administrative review of that data center, the public notification process that we have is the same we have for all of our plans review. So we post things that come through review. Our plans review meetings are open to the public.
Okay.
They are technical review. So there's not public comment, but there is the chance to see and kind of audit and learn from that process and see what was said. There's also a chance to see the plans and understand the responses to those thresholds or anything really related to the proposed data center. But if it is by right, like any use in the zoning code that's by right, there isn't public input per se. It's more just awareness of what's coming and what's being proposed, and a chance to see how technical review staff and applicants work together.
Okay, sounds good. Now I'm ready for my comment.
Let's say your name and address again.
Yes, okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Olivia Asher, and I live at 105 College Station Road. I've been here before, maybe you remember me. And I've been working on looking at data centers over the past year with Science for Georgia. As you might be aware, there's not a lot of trust in the community around data centers. People are very concerned about this. We already have one data center in Athens that popped up overnight near Priddard Road, which already had a lot of environmental issues with their water. So I think it's really important for us as a community to consider what can we do in this situation to make sure we are rebuilding public trust around data centers, and for community members to feel like they do have input and a say in this process. So with that said, I really do think I would love to see all data centers be considered as level 3. So there is that opportunity for public input, because I think, as everyone's aware, this is a issue that the community really needs to understand and be on the same page with the mayor and commission, with the planning department and everybody. Then I wanted to address a little bit of the energy issues. So for energy reporting, I totally understand that Athens-Clarke County cannot do any type of enforcement on energy use. However, some other counties in Georgia, like Lumpkin County, they require an annual independent review of energy usage. And I think this is important because currently we don't have any state laws that are protecting consumers from energy rate increases due to the power draw of data centers in their community. So this information is not for Athens-Clarke County to be regulating the power use, because I know we can't do that, but having that information available will make us better advocates for state level regulations and better understanding, again, of what's happening in our area. So this is all about transparency, not about asking Athens-Clarke County to regulate something that's out of their power to do so. Also, in terms, we kind of did a bit of a comparison here of megawatt usage of like a Kroger and a data center, and how, okay, we have Krogers that are using a lot of energy, but I just want to point out that a Kroger provides so much value to the community. We buy groceries there, and one Kroger can provide hundreds of jobs, where even a very large data center that is unlikely to ever come to Athens, there's just not enough space, those only get like a handful of jobs, less than a McDonald's. So those are kind of, even though I would say that's not really an apples to apples comparison in that sense, which is another reason why I would like to see all data centers be subject to public comment, especially at this time. So I think I'll end it there. Thanks so much.
Anybody else for public comment?
Hello, Tawana Maddox. I represent Pillar Road, Athens, Georgia. I share the sentiments of Darrell, who came up before me, although not as lively, but he is correct. We are tired. I mean, you know, presented it the way he presented it. He said what he said. You know, on Pillar Road, you know, we had just gone through this issue that's still very traumatic for us. You know, my sister, I'm lifting her name up tonight, Stacy Smith. She fought for many years to try to get answers to what was going on with a lot of people getting sick out there. And, you know, and she succumbed to lung cancer. And, you know, and I know that it would break her heart to see that a data center would be placed right behind us after all of that, after 20 years. And finally, you know, people who are not on wells getting on wells, getting off of wells into city water. So it's very real for us. It's very serious for us. I did have some comments, but I guess Olivia said a lot of things that that need to be said. So ditto to her. I would like to state that something I haven't heard yet is, you know, we want more transparency. At this point, there's a trust issue because of the way that last data center came up. I'm still not settled in my soul, but just trying to keep up with the data center stuff and learn all this and learn public service commission stuff. I just haven't gotten back to it yet, but we do not believe that that data center came up without somebody approving it. And so we'll put a thumb pin into that for a later date. I do also want to state that we want to make sure that all data centers actually are special use or whatever they need to be listed to be brought to the public's attention until we are sure that we know enough about data centers. Right now, nobody in the whole state, nobody knows about data centers. This sounded real good, what that Bruce said. I respect his technical, opinion, but right now in the legislative body, they got several data center proposals on the table. They have several for transparency. They have one that's has to do with making sure that we don't get the bill for these data centers that are coming out. They have one, a young lady who has a bill up for putting a moratorium on data centers until 2027. Why? Because nobody knows what the freak we're doing with these data centers. So I'm asking, one, just like we have that air, or what is it, the bike in motion and all that controls the bike lanes and all that, we need a data center committee. Because we are a group of just community people who have put in a lot of time, and really, I don't believe that we would have gotten to this place if we would not have pushed forward. I was at a meeting, heard somebody, and it clicked on me, called Laura Ayers, and we've been doing, we've been fighting this ever since. So please do the right thing by us, and let's hold this until there's better community engagement. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Willie Thomas, and I'm affiliated with the Aston Land and Trust. I personally do not want to see any more data centers, but since you are setting the standards, I ask that data centers tell the public how much electricity they use, so the local residents and you as a government will understand the strain on the electric system. Plan responsibly for growth. Avoid future power shortage or higher costs. This is about information, not control. We are not asking the county to regulate electricity. We are asking the developers to report its own energy use as part of development, approval, and accountability. This is no different from traffic studies, water usage reporting, and environmental impact disclosure. All are standard land use tools, not utility regulation. We recognize verification may be challenging, but lack of perfect verification is not a reason for not reporting at all. Thank you.
Good evening again. It's so good to be with you all again. I'm Derek Moffett. I'm also a member of the Athens Land Trust, and wanted to come and just share yet again. As I said before, I taught for a number of years, taught college for a number of years. And one thing I learned, sometimes brilliance is not a great idea that you come up with. Sometimes brilliance is taking somebody else's idea and running with it. The last time we were here, Sister Sarah asked the question, why do we need more data centers? And I don't know if you all have gotten an answer to that, but I know we as constituents have yet to get it. And I say why, because, and I'm gonna give Brother Bruce a pat on the back because he's done a lot of work and addressing a lot of things. But I think the question has to be, why do we need more? We said, well, eventually, they got to come back before the commission or the board of the city. Well, maybe let's just wait before we do that and let's just see what's going to happen with this one. It's kind of like going to the doctor. You go to it and he's not going to give you 500 medicines. it's gonna give you one. And if that one doesn't quite seem to work, then we're gonna probably try something else. If that doesn't seem to work, then we're gonna try something else. That's just common sense. You know, I used to teach a lot of time, common sense. Government is about taking common sense to high places. And it doesn't make sense, well, we're gonna build 50. And then, you know, all of a sudden, then we're gonna try to regulate and do all these. Let's just see what this one's gonna do. My second point is, again, the transparency thing. Knowing more about it. We still don't know, like Dr. T said, how the other one got here. And, you know, I know when the Freedom of Information Act passed in 1966 allows for a lot of things, but I don't think this is national security. Somebody somewhere knows who signed off, who voted, and how this came about. I mean, it just didn't pop up overnight. And it seems to me that people ought to be alerted to where. In our last meeting, you know, one of our great complaints that people don't know anything about it, and again, Brother Bruce said that we put it on the internet. Well, that's nice. But my mama gonna be 81 years old tomorrow, and she could not get on the internet if she could save her life. She hates, she does not own a cell phone. We have kind of weaned her off of checks. She still gets the Athens newspapers, and we can see who's dead and who's losing their property. But I mean, but there is you have to sometimes deal with the community that you have. And I would dare say that those beautiful people that are out there off Pettit Road with one of our churches, our historic Black churches, you know, they would have loved if you know, had come and just shared with them. And I end this saying, I was outside and they were talking about the thing, and I know my time is short. I was outside and I think I heard somebody was talking about the thing on the Lexington Highway. And I heard what I thought somebody over here say, that, you know, we should not be that involved or concerned about if, you know, you're living here and we put more people next to you. Well, dang on it, yes, we should. You know, I quote John Donne. You know, John Donne said many years ago that no man's an island until itself, for all the piece of the continent, a piece of the main. Any man's death affects me, because what affects one directly affects another indirectly.
That's right.
And one of the problems we have with government today is we just don't give a dang on what happens on the other side of town.
Amen.
And I appreciate it. God bless you all. Thank you all for your service and what you do, because I know it's not easy listening to people like myself and Darryl. Y'all be blessed.
Good evening. My name is Riley Robinson, and I represent the communities that live next to the industrial zone. We're asking for one simple thing. Don't allow data centers to cluster in the same neighborhood. That's important. Not enough people know about them. And where's the research to say that they're safe enough to even be in a neighborhood? Just one. Where's that research? Is that research available? We don't know enough about them. Even if one data center might seem acceptable, several in the same place can overwhelm a community with mystery, with uncertainty, with doubt, with fear. When projects are approved one at a time, the cumulative impact is ignored. And the impact is very real for everyone in that community. Multiple data centers together can strain our water supply, stress the power grid, and push already overburdened neighborhoods past their limit. Are the neighborhoods even being considered about how much they are already spending on their water bill, on their power bills? Are they even being considered? Does it matter? This is not about opposing data centers. I want to make that clear. It's just about fairness. That's it. Fairness. Humans being fair to each other. Without protections, the same communities become sacrifice zones. The places where everything high impact goes because they're already zoned industrial. It's already zoned industrial. No neighborhood should carry more than its fair share, simply because it's convenient. In Athens-Clarke County, this matters deeply. We're a city that's growing. There are communities that are needed based on the earlier project that so many members took the time to come out and express their concerns about. It's a city that's growing. It's a city that is a great city. It's a wonderful place to live. That's why so many people want to live here. We're seeing the growth, aren't we? We are. We have limited industrial land homes close to these areas, and we just lived through a water emergency, allowing clustering, multiplicities
Yes, sir.
where people already feel it the most. Oh, sorry about that. Well, you get my point. Thank you.
Hello, Planning Commission. My name is Gail Chimo, and I live at 245 Millstone Circle here in Athens. And my special interest is that I'm the United Methodist Climate Justice Ambassador. And I do have one question. I'm sorry. In your presentation, you said that you were having a revision as far as the definition of clean energy, renewable energy. And I was wondering, because of the biomass that is mentioned in yours, could you replace that with what you have, what is in the Athens-Clarke County clean and renewable energy definition? If you'd like, I can read it to you.
I've got a copy. But go ahead and read it.
It's page 27. Yeah, I mean, everybody might be interested. The resolution states that clean sources of energy do not create greenhouse gas emissions, and renewable energy sources are those which can be replenished in human timescale. These clean and renewable sources include increased energy efficiency, solar power, wind power, hydropower, energy storage, and renewable energy credits, RECs, but explicitly do not include nuclear power, biomass, natural gas, or coal. So that if you could make that revision, that would align with our Athens-Clarke County Clean and Renewable Energy Plan.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. So, good evening again. And I want to thank you all for the amount of work that you have done with pulling all this information together. It really was a lot of work, I can see. And I am pleased with the special land use permit for level 3 data centers. So with that special land use permit, that will discourage the big hyperscale data centers that you're seeing in other areas like Augusta. But I would like to see level 1 and 2 also be included with the special land use permit, just to be, as everybody has said, for complete transparency. You know, with let's see, the threshold of 5 megawatts for level 1 and 2, if that could be brought down to like a level 3 megawatt and maybe an additional 1 or 2 megawatts of solar power, that would be more in line with our renewable energy plan. We will see a large increase in CO2 emissions and negative progress in our Athens-Clarke County plan and their sustainability goals. So if you could consider just bringing it down to 3 megawatts with additional 2 megawatts for clean energy, that would be helpful. A 5 megawatt data center can consume up to 2 megawatt hours of power, equivalent to the power used by 2,000 homes. That's a lot of power. Data centers' massive energy demands are prolonging the operation of fossil fuels. And that is undermining our Athens-Clarke County plan by using these fossil fuels. So how can we allow data centers to come into Athens-Clarke County and keep sustainability in mind? By using clean and renewable energy, like solar powers. As I said, we can preserve the Earth's natural resources and protect God's creation. I am asking that before we move forward with this ordinance, we can revisit ways to mitigate the CO2 emissions by using less fossil fuel. There's new technology out there. So the energy demands of data centers will only grow. My faith calls me to care for our natural world with justice and compassion. I believe having high voltage transmission lines running through Athens neighborhoods is an injustice. And that's what's going to happen if we allow a high amount of megawatt data centers here. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Hi, everyone. I'm Summer Blanco. I'm a resident at 135 Garden Court here in Athens. First off, I just wanted to express my gratitude to everyone who's been involved in drafting this ordinance. I think this is a step in the right direction for Athens, and it's clear that a great deal of care and attention has gone into addressing this complex and important issue. Like really, I feel like we've all become data center experts in like the span of a couple months. So I really do think it's an impressive amount of work. I wanted to share a little bit about an experience I've had here in Athens. I recently participated in the Southern Sustainability Institute's Clean and Renewable Energy Study Group. It was a great experience led by Laura Iyer, who's in the room today. And I learned a lot about Athens' ambitious plan to transition to 100% clean and renewable energy by 2050. Now, thinking about that plan, I'm seeing the demand for data centers continue to grow rapidly, and it's kind of scary thinking about that plan that we have and that vision we have for Athens. Just to put it into context, like not just in Athens, but in the nation broadly, like OpenAI is investing billions into nuclear energy, and that's just to provide the demands for their data centers. So this is even a couple data centers in Athens is contributing to thousands in the nation. So I guess thinking about that reality, I'm really struggling to reconcile how allowing data centers by right, even at this 5 megawatt threshold, which I think is a good call. Like I think it's a good decision to make. I'm just really struggling to see how this supports our county's goal for achieving 100% clean and renewable energy by 2050. So I'd really like to just respectfully ask that this commission reflect on how that long-term vision can be reconciled with data center development in Athens. I do have a couple other asks in regards to transparency too, like a lot of the residents have also shared. I'd like to see that data center development at any size be open for public comment. I really do trust our officials and the people on this commission and our city employees, but I think there's inevitably going to be some blind spots here. So for that reason, I think it would be really important to remain open to feedback from residents and particularly those who might be directly impacted by these developments. And then finally, I think that I don't think it's just one person's job to be an expert on data centers. And I think that a lot of people in our community have become kind of little experts on data centers. So I think it would be really great to have something like an advisory group that can track this growing industry. Like these technologies are progressing so fast. It's not something that like one person or even a group of people alone can do. So, you know, I think this commission, I trust you all. I think you do great work, but I think this extra support from the community could make sure it's an engaged process that is responsive and proactive and not reactive. So yeah, thanks for the time, y'all. Thanks for your consideration of my comments. I appreciate y'all.
Yeah.
Hi, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
You had a reference to the Boyles Road data center, but then there's the address 320 Old Hull Road. Was up there at the same time. Is that also a data center?
There was a request. So that accounting was, when have we had discussion about a data center development in Athens-Clarke? Yeah.
That wasn't the Winterville school, right?
No.
Okay. Right, good. Hi, I'm Denise Fortin. I live at 815 Boulevard. Mostly I want to just second what others have said.
I know that there are property owners who want to sell their property for data centers because they will probably get a lot of money for that property. I know that there are communities that view data centers as a way of getting a lot in property taxes, which may end if some in the General Assembly have their way and we no longer have property taxes. I also know that the data centers have lots of lawyers and engineers and marketing professionals whose full-time jobs are figuring out ways of working around the plannings and the zoning and all of that. So those are the reasons that I would also like to second the idea that we have a very transparent, a very public sort of thing, even with these smaller data centers, or that we reduce that level to more of the 3 megawatt level rather than the 5. And that so that we can review that. Might not be necessary forever, but as we're still starting on this, I think it is important that we be very clear that, you know, this is something that we will have in our community more reluctantly than we will welcome fully. Just again, because there are so many questions and there is so much negative out there. You know, I mean, now we're reading about property sinking as the, you know, water is pulled out of the ground, or the energy issues, the power issues and expenses. So anyway, I just wanted to kind of, again, second what others have said who have worked so hard on this. I think the work that we do here in Clarke County is going to be work that's going to roll out to our other surrounding counties. And I think we need to set the example for them. Thank you.
You guys have done a great job with what you've presented. I'm Rudy Chimo again. I'm following my wife. I've been following her for 48 years. I'm learning. I retired in Athens, Georgia, and I was living in Florida before I came here and retired. Now, I've lived everywhere from New Hampshire to La Jolla, California, and everything in between. I chose this community because of proximity to some relatives. None of my children are grandchildren. I got 10 of those and they live everywhere but here. But what I'm seeing is I'm seeing some people that are hurting, and I'm seeing some people that maybe want to jump on the bandwagon. What is a data community or a data center? Depends on where I went to school, I guess. What is that going to do for this community, for the people in this community? It's not going to do anything. It's going to give Zuckerberg a third yacht to follow around his other yachts when he goes around, and all of these people, that's what they want, and they're getting everything they want because they're the billionaires, they're the oligarchs, they're the ones with all the money. We have to be very careful with what we have here and what we want for the future of our children that are going to be here, the future of the environment. This is a pretty neat place. I'm pretty impressed with the water system here, and I pay a lot of attention to water systems. And you all got that right. Now you have an opportunity to get the data centers right. You don't need them. They don't do anything long-term for our communities. They do a lot of things long-term for social media, for research, and you could have level one data centers for research here. You have the University of Georgia. There's a lot that we can do, but we can't sell out our future for, I hear plans for 10 years, for 20 years, for 30 years. And if you want to do some homework, take a look at the data center that is south of Memphis. What that has done to the communities there, it's just devastated it. And they don't care.
they're gonna build a data center in Augusta, Georgia. And it's gonna be the size of 2 Augusta malls. They started that, they bought the property in 2022. Now it's 2025, they're gonna go ahead with it. And in between that time, they built communities, they built nice communities, subdivisions. Well, they said that they are still gonna build there, but they will give those subdivisions a 50-foot buffer. Think about that. So be careful with what we do and let's get it right. Thank you for all the hard work you've done.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Cliff Hodges. I live at 199 Woodstone Drive, and I wasn't planning on talking, but I just noticed that for every other presentation, it started with the benefit to the community, and then we moved on to the burdens, whether it's the water table or something else. And then this presentation about the data center was all about managing burdens, and as other people said, didn't talk about the benefits. So I know a lot of people have done a lot of more work than I have on this, but just an idea I thought of that I think should be considered was I really like the proposal for the institutional use, how it has to be, how if there's a data center there, it has to be related to the activities of the institution. I think that should be expanded for the industrial use. So that way, if there is a data center, it's benefiting industry in Athens. You talk about there being server rooms. There's already many data centers, but those are server rooms for that school if they exist. Or you talked about, them benefiting pharmaceutical or engineering companies, but like other people mentioned, those industries aren't in Athens. So I think making the requirement for the institutional data centers apply to the industrial data centers would be favorable to the community. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay.
We got one.
Hey, I wasn't supposed to be here, but I just want to make, I'm Laura Iyer. I live at 1031 Hollyberry Lane, and I'm with Southern Sustainability Institute. And great, everybody said great stuff. I just want to make one point on, it seems like we're getting, we want transparencies for those little bitty data centers. Why are you getting yourself in a wad about that? And the reason is this, that it's apples and oranges again, like Olivia said. The data centers can grow. So even if they say they're 3 megawatts, they can add power to it and we would never know, So that's why the reporting, somehow we need to find a way for reporting on the energy. And maybe that's we can't regulate it or anything, but maybe that's asking them to provide their energy bills or provide their energy bills to somebody who can provide them to us or something like that, just to ensure that they stay at the size that they were zoned for. And so I just wanted to make that one little point for your discussion, but everything else, great, y'all. Thanks.
Are we good? I want to make sure I get everybody. Is everybody spoken? Okay. All right.
Okay, I have few points. One, with all text amendments, you guys have probably noticed it for years. As a lawyer, I naturally look for loopholes, and there's a couple here that I'm concerned about. And I should preface this by saying that by commending staff for a ton of excellent work on this. They've considered a lot of stuff here and done great work. Covered most of the issues that I had when we talked about it in December, but I do still have some questions. One of them is about the phasing, if I wanted to build a 50 megawatt data center and I saw that the law said I can build a 5 megawatt data center as of right, what's to stop me from building 10 of them right next door to each other? And then I've built a 50 megawatt data center, right? And so the staff approach, there's a whole slide about phasing. If you're building phase 1 and it's 5, and then you go beyond that with phase 2, you're subject to the special use permit. And so I appreciate staff's attempting to close that loophole. But I think, the
companies behind these data centers have a lot of lawyers, and they're going to find ways to do it, including using separate legal entities, buying adjacent pieces of land, or taking a piece of land and parceling it out into, subdividing it into, and having a whole different company with a whole different name build phase two. And it's essentially phase 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but they're pretending it's 5 different independent entities. And so I think we need to figure out, the phasing approach is a great start toward that, but I don't think fully closes that loophole. So to the extent that we're going to allow data centers and attempt to impose energy-based limits, the 3 or 5 or whatever, we need to make sure that developers of data centers are not able to circumvent that by just sequentially iterating and building the identical data centers, one after the other on the same, in the same area. Similarly, and the last speaker kind of spoke to this, the thresholds, if the threshold were 5 megawatts or if it were 3 megawatts, they build a 60,000 square foot building and they put a bunch of equipment in there, and computers get smaller every year. And, maybe that in a few years, they're able to fit computers that use 3 times as much energy in the same square footage, right? And so they build a 5 megawatt data center, but then in 3 years, it's a 15 megawatt data center. And so that's another loophole that I think at the moment, I'm not sure that this, I think that the tools are there to close these loopholes, and staff's done a great job of moving in that direction, but I think there's maybe more to do on that. I think that the county has a very legitimate interest in, if we ultimately choose to allow data centers at all, and if we impose thresholds, ensuring that people do not circumvent them. And so, just a couple of thoughts on how to address it. If somebody gets a special use permit, maybe it needs to be renewed every 2 years. It's not continuous. Every 2 years they have to reapply, or 3 or whatever. And if their power needs have grown, then and they're in a new category, then they're treated as such, as being a level 3 now, even if they weren't at the start. Also, the stuff in the text amendment about annual reporting of power usage, I think is a good effort to address that. But it appeared to me, looking at it, that only applies to level 3 facilities. And so if I open a level 1 facility because I use 4.99 megawatts, and then I double the megawatt usage next year, there's no annual reporting for a level 1 facility that started as a level 1 facility. So again, that's just a potentially enormous loophole that I think people will 100% take advantage of if we do not close it. And so, the annual reporting, maybe independent auditing, as one of the speakers suggested, I think has to apply to level 1, 2, and 3, assuming that that's the framework. It has to apply to every data center, because otherwise they're all going to become level 3 data centers in fairly short order. Another thing that gives me significant pause is the environmental justice point that, staff's rationale for why these have to be limited to heavy industry zoned land makes absolute sense to me. But we have a problem here, which is that all of our, you could bring the map up again. It's not all. Most of our heavy industrial zoned land is in kind of the northeast quadrant, a little bit outside the loop there, and then on the east side there, outside the loop. And so there are great reasons for not letting it be done anywhere that's not industrial zoned. But as it happens, because of where our industrial zoned land is, that concentrates the impact on certain areas and on the people that live in those areas. And it places kind of a disproportionate burden on those residents. And that concerns me. And I don't know that there's a easy solution to that problem. But again, that's just something that concerns me. And then a couple other points. I come back to what Sarah said last time, like, why allow these at all, or why make anything as of right? other than institutional ancillary data centers, like the hospital wants a data center, great, let them do it, on site for their own use. That's not going to be something that imposes an enormous burden on residents or on the power grid or anything else like that. It's just, the university, the schools, any employer, any large company is going to have an IT department and server rooms and stuff that are within our definition of data centers. And so ancillary to a primary use of a commercial or institutional nature, I'm fine with that, but I'm not convinced that we ought to allow any other data centers as of right. I guess just sort of the last point is I am persuaded by the idea that once a data center is built, it's going to be harder to regulate it than it is to carefully regulate it at the front end. And so I think going slow and proceeding with caution is definitely the way to go here. I don't want to open the door and then see, 25 megawatt data centers go up that next year are 50 megawatt data centers because they found a way to cram more computers into the building that they built. And ultimately our industrial land, like some of the older folks that were on the planning commission when I got on here 7-8 years ago used to say, you got to watch out, protect your industrial land. It's for job creation. It's for economic development and stuff like that. And data centers don't really offer that. The industrial land can be developed in ways that provide a lot of jobs to the community. And data centers are not an example of that. They provide, a very small number of jobs. And so, that just brings me back to why do we want to allow these in Athens-Clarke County at all? And if we do, why do we, we can't let them circumvent the thresholds and the requirements that we're trying to impose here.
Yeah.
Mike?
I just had a question that I thought of while Matt was talking. I wasn't here for the first part of this discussion on the comments part, so I'm curious, like when we talk about not allowing any at all, what are some examples of like other industries that we just don't allow?
I mean, there's really nothing that is flat out not permitted anywhere ever. There are legal reasons for constructing your zone.
That was my second part. Can we do that?
So what you do is you create standards. That use is okay if you do it this way. And on those things that are particularly draining on public resources or create environmental concerns or negatively impact livability, you set the bar really high on those standards and you make those uses hit those bars to be able to say you can do it. The effect of that is that you really narrow that window of opportunity, and you may effectuate the fact that nobody really can hit that bar, or they'll find the place where the bar is lower. So there are many standards in our code, many standards in every community's code that are sort of structured to achieve that. And they reflect community goals and values when you do that. But there are some legal edges to how far you can go before you might create a problem for yourself by being unduly restricted without cause or without justification or without that opportunity for relief or at least consideration by the elected body. And so that's what this set of text amendments is trying to create, is that kind of narrow window of opportunity. So, as we said before, I mean, that answers your question. I don't want to.
No, yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll stop.
No, you can keep going too. I thought you were just checking in. I could have more to say. Go right ahead. I'm listening. Continue, please. You have my
So, to Matt, your points, one of the things that staff did look at was that ancillary only option. Because we are keenly aware that we have things that would meet the definition of data center that are among us already. And they serve a purpose. They serve a purpose for an institutional partner or a corporate, neighbor that we value and has existed here. So how do you do that? And honestly, that's where we were struggling with yet another loophole that we didn't want to create, is a definition of ancillary and how do we enforce that? And so, it's not a challenge that we couldn't meet. We thought it was creating something that would have something we constantly be chasing after. So is ancillary something that is just less than 50% of the primary? Is primary just north of 50%? That makes it primary by a simple majority of land use or use of a particular site. So what would stop a savvy developer from coming in with 50.2% of their land uses, or whatever metric we put together, that is just open span warehousing or something else that's a very low investment that creates that 50 point whatever percentage. And then what they really want was the thing that constitutes by our metric, 49.9%. And that's what they really wanted the whole time. That's what we were struggling with, is we didn't want to create that sort of opportunity. I hear the other comment about energy reporting. The challenge we have is, and I think Laura's been super helpful with this, and I think her efforts and efforts of other groups in our state, I think, are going to go a long way in achieving some change with this. But we really struggled to get actual numbers for energy usage for just things that are in our community. Our utility does not have to report those things. The utilities that we pay bills to do not have to report those things. And it's even questionable as to what kind of open records requests can be served to a utility to get those numbers. So there is the issue of us being able to regulate, which we know has a hard edge. We can't regulate by somebody's power usage and deny somebody because they use a lot of power. We can't do that bluntly like that. But we also can't even really get the numbers reliably. And there are ways that I think some communities are trying to create proxies for doing that. But the challenge is, if you're going to enforce something based on a proxy, you're walking on thin ice legally. You need to be really sure that that proxy is as good as the real data. And I'll admit, we're taking a conservative approach on that. We don't have that opportunity to require reporting and have it be meaningful. Now, we could ask for it, and if they don't provide it, well, then we tried, but that seems like weak code writing. I'd rather put something on paper that we can actually have a chance to actually get and have it mean something. So what we have realized with other code enforcement is sometimes the main problem by the symptoms that it creates. So you can tell what the impact was by the crater that it's generating. And these thresholds provide an indicator. If you're doing something that's creating more need for power, you're probably going to be changing something operationally. Now, to Laura's point, and to many of the speakers' point, those early increments probably wouldn't be recognized. And that's a problem, because we would put us out of compliance with somebody at some point. But in theory, if you're ramping up that level of use, you're going to have other things that are going on. Your cooling is going to become much more important. Your additional fuel storage is going to become much more important. Your redundancy is going to be harder to keep. And so you're going to be making changes to your facility. So as you make those changes of additional draw, you're going to have physical changes that I think our thresholds are going to capture. Now, will they do that the very first day that it goes over 5 megawatts? No, it won't. And there's no good way for us to do that, because we don't get to pop a meter that's Athens-Clarke County's meter on top of that utility's meter. We don't have that ability to do that kind of reporting and modeling. So this is what we wrestled with since December. Is we were hearing this from these educational opportunities, and I think it's spot on. But I think that's a state level discussion. I think that's we need to crack the code for everybody to do that kind of reporting. And it's not just about data centers, but why not let the conversation start with data centers? I think staff totally agrees with that. But we have some hard edges on what we can put into local law. And that's one of those things that I think we're struggling. We really just don't have a good avenue. Voluntary reporting, fine. But, you know, who's going to volunteer to show that they're out of compliance?
You can't require a report, even if you believe the report would be meaningful because they're creating it themselves. We as a county can't.
Well, no, we can't require that from the utility. And
what can we require it from the developer?
So the developer from the operator is contracting with that utility for that power. You see where I'm going with this? So if they kind of slip behind that protection that's there on the reporting, but we have no way to get past that. And that was eye-opening, because I think we didn't really fully realize that when we started writing the code, but we did come to realize that.
So, I was just gonna say, follow up on my initial question about energy. It sounds like my background, my master's degree was in renewable energy policy and climate change and all that stuff. So I cared about this stuff a long time ago, and I'm really disappointed to see that, as a species, we've kind of decided that we'd rather have fake videos of bunnies jumping on trampolines and, we don't care about climate change anymore. I remember when, Google and Meta had climate goals, and now we don't. But that being said, it sounds like, we can't regulate energy, electricity, and that's the worst part about these data centers, I think. And but what we can regulate are the things that we do control, like water and noise and odor and vibration and that kind of stuff. So focusing on energy usage just seems like it's not going to be the right approach for us creating a local ordinance. It sounds like, focusing on the things we can control, like water and setbacks and, noise and all that kind of stuff is important. So why, I totally agree with, what we've been saying, these concerns of like, how are we going to prove they're using more electricity? Really, electricity isn't a local problem. Like, it's a utility. It's not local government. It's, it's an issue between, I care about it from an environmental perspective hugely, but from like a local ordinance perspective, it doesn't seem like it, this is an agreement between two private entities that we don't really have anything to do with. But we do supply water and we do control setbacks and all these things. So, so after hearing that, I am encouraged that, we're currently in an area where there's just no rules about data centers. And so by at least doing, this seems to be like we're doing what we can. And I'm a big believer in, don't make the perfect the enemy of the good. And we're not going to, like, the perfect solution is, sure, regulate energy, but we can't do that. So let's focus on the things we can do. And this seems to be a good, it's at least a step in the right direction, and we can do text amendments, and there's going to be more issues, and we can fix that. But I like the idea of having some regulation instead of no regulation. And we shouldn't just throw out the some regulation because we can't have the thing that we want most, because that doesn't sound possible. So that's my thought.
Yeah. A bunch of commenters have mentioned things going on at the State House, right? Potential something happening at the State House. Obviously, it's not guaranteed. Is there any concern of legal ramification with extending the moratorium if we think that something might come out of the State House this year?
I mean, I can't, from a staff standpoint, we don't have a concern.
It's like not currently flagged for.
Yeah, I mean, the elected officials are the ones that set that outer edge.
Yeah.
There may be some issues that they are trying to navigate. But no, I'm not aware of anything about that March 6th date that is linked to some other effort somewhere else, if that's what you're getting at.
It's linked to like a date beyond past, which is the moratorium goes on too long and someone could challenge the moratorium.
Okay, fair. So, and this is where, if John is still on the call, bless him if he is.
Oh, sorry.
Hey, John, I know you've done a lot of reach and spoken around the state about moratoria and good practice. Do you want to answer Sarah's question?
Sure. Well, I mean,
I can't give like a definitive, like X months or X years of a moratorium is too long. I can tell you that generally when a local government enacts a moratorium, it is for a purpose. And the local government usually says, we are enacting a moratorium for this purpose. And there is some case law out there around the country. There's not a ton of case law in Georgia about moratoria, although there is some, but just kind of generally around the country, there is some case law about, you know, if you're enacting a moratorium for a purpose, you need to set it so you have an opportunity to reasonably achieve that purpose, but you shouldn't just continue it indefinitely. There does come a point where it gets unreasonable to continue a moratorium. And it's a little, obviously, you know, as you can probably tell from the way I'm describing it, it can be sometimes a little squishy depending on what the goal is you're trying to achieve and those sorts of things. So I can't give a definitive answer, but that's kind of the consideration that goes into a moratorium and how long a moratorium is.
Thank you.
I'm just gonna say real quick, just kind of piggybacking on what Matt said. Like I think this is like 95% there. The only thing that I feel really strongly about is having that public comment on every level. I mean, it occurred to me, we were willing to have public comment on every single short-term rental, but we can't do it on every single data center. Like,
That's not true.
we were.
Yes, believe me, we don't get public comment on every single short term.
Well, but I mean, that one's no, right? Like we would see them.
Or bars over 100 people. We get to comment on all the bars over 100 people.
The fact that we're even seeing public comment on short-term rentals, but we wouldn't see it at every level of the data center. So I think that needs to happen.
But so I'm using your analogy. The short-term rental, getting comment on every single short-term rental would be hundreds of that we process permits. So I think
some that are allowed.
But if we're going to use the analogy, I think it's a good analogy that there may be some data center installations per this definition that's on the table that don't necessarily rise to that level that is hitting those concerns.
I'm going to rephrase.
Yes.
Rewinding.
Okay.
If we were willing to see a good number of short-term rentals through a public comment process, I think we should see every single data center through a public comment process.
Okay.
That's what I'm going to say. So that's, my other question was the independent audit. I get the rabbit hole that brings us, so I'm willing to scale that back. I also would say, like, I would cap the energy at the 4 megawatt option with the option to go to 5 with renewables. You could go up to a level 2 and level 3 would not be allowed. That's where I would be comfortable with. I don't see why we need a level 3, period. So. That's.
Question.
That's my feedback.
Can you restate that for me and maybe others? So 4 with the option to go up to 5.
Yes. With
As a-
renewable energy.
As a by right or as a,
Well, with a public comment.
we'll talk about what that means in a minute, but okay.
That would be the equivalent of the level 1.
Okay, there we go.
Can I ask a clarifying question about the levels?
Yeah.
Point that you're making? As I read it, level 3 uses, it's on page 9, it includes like airports, data centers of 5 megawatts or more, stockyards, explosive, fireworks factories and stuff like that. So level 3 is a thing that exists and I think and it imposes a bunch of additional requirements, including annual reporting and stuff like that.
Right.
And so I think, maybe I misunderstood you, but when you were you saying no data centers would be in level 3 or that you would lower the threshold so that more data centers were subject to those level 3 restrictions?
No. I'm saying that, so the level 3,
It's not just the megawatts, you've got the water usage, you've got the vibration, all of that stuff. So if something reaches the threshold of level 3.
So the beauty of level 3 is no thresholds are considered at all. So this level 3 list, like if somebody comes in and proposes a munitions manufacturing facility, doesn't matter how much water they use. They're automatically level 3. Doesn't matter how many trips they generate, they're automatically level 3. There's no analysis against these thresholds except for in the annual reporting to make sure that whatever it should it be approved, and there's no guarantee that it will. But if the mayor and the commission, with y'all's recommendation, do approve a level 3 industrial use, it's going to come with special use criteria, meaning there's a binding report, binding performance, and binding site plan. And then moving forward, annually, they will be reporting against that binding special use permit. So they will require it every year to say, how are you performing against what was binding?
So 2 questions from that. So for level 1, level 2, we will have thresholds for the water usage, the wastewater, the vibrations, those.
1 and 2, yes.
So we don't have those.
Only for the reporting going forward. Will we talk about them in the review? Yes, because that's what we'll have to show to the commission and to you guys. But what are they talking about? So they will have to provide answers to this. But if all their answers are for some fairy tale reason, zeros, it's still a level 3. And what we're going to do is every year, we're going to make sure you're a 0 every single year.
I guess I'm just not understanding why we have these abilities to monitor these other things for these lower uses. And I get that there's like an additional reporting and sort of like a plan development type process, not that it is, but a more stringent process. But it just seems like I would like to see those things spelled out more for level 3. And on top of that, if we can have a reporting mechanism for level 3, why can't we have it for 1 and 2?
Okay, so going back to what we were saying earlier, what we were trying to do was not write code for data centers. We're writing code for heavy industry.
Which falls into the category of munitions.
So we would, so what if something's level 1 industrial use and you want them to have annual reporting, every single industrial use is going to do annual reporting.
I see. So that something becomes it for every single.
Every single thing. Yep.
I see.
What is the percentage of heavy industry we have in Athens?
We have a healthy amount. So if you drive through Athena Industrial Park, if you go up Newton Bridge Road, if you go on the west side and see Coggins Park out there, we have industrial uses in those areas.
But that would fall into the category of heavy industrial?
Well, so if we started this, and this is kind of to Matt's point about implementation of this code, we would have a whole bandwidth of legal non-conforming heavy industry. Right? And I guess that's how we deal with it. We wouldn't play catch up with Boring or Ingelheim or, or the quarry. Well, the quarry is going to be decommissioned at some point, but you know what I'm saying? Out on those sides of town, Carrier, Transcold, and some of our other industries that we have in town. So it'd be every new industry, I guess, would be required. It's one way to look.
So I'm trying to figure out the legal implications. We don't want to upset the industry, some of the big industry players we have by burdens that feel excessive, and I get that if you put it in for one category, it's got to be for all so that it's fair across the board. But that kind of reporting for heavy industry with all of the environmental factors that it could affect doesn't seem like a terrible idea.
It's just an order of magnitude issue. And from an economic development standpoint, a lot of these industries are already responding to other regulatory agencies, and they're producing those reports to satisfy whatever the federal government needs or whatever the state level of that office needs.
And they're not a problem now, I guess.
There's 2 ways to look at it. Well, if they're already reporting to those other agencies, just CC us on that stuff, right? But they would have to write it to match our local ordinance, and this may be an additional reporting. So just throwing it out there, maybe it's understanding that this is more than just data centers.
But if we are talking about data centers and thinking about them being stacked, and to Matt's point, that there's a lot of clever ways that one entity could restructure and grow
But even if we had 5 different entities that place them by right beside each other, that impact is then compounded. That's the same, that's so burdensome to the people who are living in that area in such a concentrated place. I don't know how you get around that.
So maybe a response to that question is, if the 5 megawatts was revisited, right? And if that threshold were reduced to a number, I think what you're starting to do is you're minimizing the desirability of developing those types of facilities that would be piggyback.
Isn't that the only thing we have in our disposal, basically?
I mean, no, there's a bunch of things that could be done, but I mean, I think that's one first step is to say, well, maybe 5 megawatts is not what we're talking about. Staff landed on that based on those comps that we found from other communities and what's being developed right now. And although we understand that these facilities don't have staffing the same way that other industries do, we don't have anything in the code and we have nothing to lean on to say, you're approved if you have a staff of 100 people or more. Like there's nothing in here that talks about employment because we really don't have a regulation that says you're approved if you employ this many people at this much per year. It's just not a metric that we have.
Is there a legal reason for that? Because getting back to the institutional, and I understand what you're saying about how you tie those thresholds, but if there's any job creation beyond the building of the facility, at least it's speaking to a net benefit for the community. And without that tie, I don't know, it just seems like we're trying to wrangle ourselves legally to not get in trouble.
Yeah. Zoning to look at employment is pretty atypical. I will just say that, you know, zoning as a tool is not really set up to measure somebody's staffing as a reason for approval or denial. There are other things that communities can do. There's other regulations that may look at that, and it's typically in the form of incentives, but not zoning. That zoning doesn't really look at employment levels.
Fair.
I couldn't carry it.
More robust setbacks or buffer zones enforced on data centers to push them, further out from these communities that we're talking about, that we can show that there's environmental impact. So pushing them away from residential zones, pushing them away from, environmentally potentially protected or endangered areas. Can that be implemented at all?
And it can, and we have standards in the code that already
talk a little bit, but can that be increased? Can that be?
I suppose it can be. Yeah. I mean, so we talked about the 150 feet.
Yeah.
Which is, the state asked for 25.
Right.
That's for the riparian buffers?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
So
that's
we
one.
dig into that and expand that as a way to,
Or setbacks?
And the 400 feet sort of development standard that we had that was worded not just for heavy industry, but also for light industrial. That 400-foot measurement and the additional buffering that you have to do.
Would it have to, we couldn't single out the data and said this is for data centers specifically within that category,
It's not that we can't, it does bring into question, well, what is it about that you're saying is warrants that additional buffer, and why doesn't that tire recapping plant warrant that buffer as well?
That's getting into potential legal.
Probably, yeah. I mean, the vibration's the same, the noise is the same, the odor may be greater for the other one.
Right.
And you're not asking for the buffer there. Why not? So what we were trying to say was, well, if this buffer is a good idea, it's a good idea for all heavy industry, but it's these areas of concern. And the environmental justice issues are legitimate with our regulation of heavy industry. And it's a shame that we're having to retrofit and sort of backfill for prior bad decisions. And that's all I can say is it's a horrible place to be. When we are looking at environmental justice and people's property rights and people's quality of life, striking that balance after bad decisions have been made is really tough. And it's super frustrating for everybody who's negatively impacted. So I have nothing but for respect and concern for those folks that have generationally sort of been hard done by bad decision-making. We're not trying to repeat that with these text amendments at all.
I'm just wondering if we could, just push those in general for that entire category, which then affects the data centers. And I don't know, just one thought.
Just a suggestion to this point, and that sort of answers Mike's question. He said, is there any use that we just flat out forbid? And you said, no, but there are certainly uses that we allow only by special use permit.
Several. Yep.
Right. We do that all the time.
Yep.
Fraternities and sororities, every time we see one, it's because that's the only way to do it is to get an SUP here. There's often not an easy answer to things, but an answer here that I think would address my two big circumvention concerns that I talked about is if a data center was permitted only by special use permit, regardless of size, then if somebody tried to build 10 in a row next door to each other, they were each 5 megawatts because they're really building a 50 megawatt one, we'd see 10 special use permit applications and we could say no, right? It's by allowing it by right that you enable circumvention. And the threshold thing, if you're going to build a 5 megawatt data center and then next year it's a 10 megawatt data center, with an SUP, we can impose conditions, including, I brought up the SUP section here, 9-20-6. We can impose conditions, including but not limited to the following, and then subpart L of this 9-20-6, subpart L, duration of use. So we could say your SUP for a data center has a 3-year term, and you need to give us annual reporting of your energy use and your water use and whatever else as part of your application for a renewal every 3 years. So we can address both the threshold and the iterating copycat data centers thing by just having a discretionary process, which also addresses to a substantial extent the environmental justice point. Although I take your point that the zoning happened a long time ago and it has environmental justice consequences that no one in the current city government, made the decision to put all the industrial zoning where they put it, but it is where it is. And so if we think data centers are not appropriate anywhere else for sure, but may be appropriate there, maybe the answer is, at least for now, to proceed slowly, to make sure we don't get 20 of them in 3 years, to do it by special use permit, which buys time to see how the State House deals with it too. And they may come through with something that helps address some of these concerns as well. But at least we won't then be stuck with 20 that got built in a couple of years because we made it too easy.
And
eliminating the by right.
Yeah, and I like that just in the, kind of going back to, I kind of like the idea of having them all be special use, because kind of like we did, if we find that that's too burdensome, like with the short-term rentals, we don't need these to all be special use. We can always go back and change it a year from now.
Yeah, you can always make it easier.
Because we did that with the short-term rentals and we're like, oh man, this is crazy. Why are we special using all of these? And then we could maybe come up with a threshold that we like. But maybe, that is a good point. Maybe to start with, we take the conservative approach. They're all special use, because if there are other industries that we require a special use, because my concern is always that we treat, I think zoning should be fair. Like you shouldn't just pick people out and, you want it to apply to everybody. So, but as long as we do have other people that we can be we make these people always, like you said, fraternities always has to be special use, then yeah, maybe Dennis said, at least for now, always has to be special use. Because we can't, and like you said, I like the idea.
There's already precedent for it.
Yeah, and you could get them to voluntarily give you the energy records that we can't make them give us otherwise. Yeah, and that's a good point. I like that. Yeah.
Sarah, I had kind of on that, I have a few questions and comments, but one thing I wanted to ask was, is the scenario that Matt just described actually possible with a special use permit?
Which scenario?
Well, the idea of sort of a renewable every 3 years. Isn't that kind of what we got into when we're talking about short-term rentals?
Yeah, it is.
That gets into business license.
Oh, because it goes forever sometimes.
But I still think the general idea is in the right direction. I just don't know if we could do it with a SUP process.
Yeah.
If it can be this like renewable,
It would, that would kill it, because no one's gonna put in.
that kind of investment.
That'll kill
If they're
it.
gonna lose it,
Yeah,
yeah.
that alone, we won't get any, and if that's what we're looking to do is not have any, that's
Yeah.
a secret.
So I just want to ask that question, or just think about it as we're moving forward. And then one thing I wanted to clarify is that level 3 until now, or currently, level 3, the only distinction between levels 1 and 2 and 3, besides the criteria that qualify an industry into each level, but up till now, level 3, the primary difference was it put it into special use permit proceeding or process or procedure and nothing, right? There's no reporting. This reporting thing is new. Okay, so that's what you meant earlier when you said that there would be sort of the current level 3 industries would be sort of legal non-conforming, like you, because this is, the determination of levels is kind of a unique thing in the zoning code. In the sense that, would it technically, would you really actually not be able to ask those currently operating level 3s to report yearly on things that are important?
I would say for us to retroactively start requiring those people to report, we'd have to tie it to something else, and it would need to be voluntary.
Yeah.
Just because they
could invite a bunch of lawsuits.
they were, yeah, because they were developed under a set of laws that did not include that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And do we want that for everybody? Because we don't necessarily want to scare off all heavy industry in the future. Because it is good to have some, like Caterpillar brings a lot of jobs. I'm sure that's heavy industry.
Right. And so I think a couple of thoughts. So yeah, I think really glad you all put a set of text amendments together for us, because it just enables us to take our more sort of 40,000-foot conversation we were having in December into something we can react to.
Sure.
And so I generally think this is on the right track. I just want to quibble with some of the details. And I think that to me right now, this feels like a recipe for a bunch of 4.9 megawatt data centers that quietly become 10 megawatt data centers over the course of the decade. Like, I still think we could. Yes, so that's kind of similar to what Matt was saying. I think it would be, when you think about sort of the principles of computing, and there's some formula like how much smaller processing gets over time. And so you could just quietly add. And so I want to understand something. I have always had a hard time understanding electricity. So megawatt, if you're just regulating by megawatt, the analogy is like a megawatt is the size of the pipe. It's sort of the ability of that. It's how much it could use. But like a facility that's running at 5 megawatts for 24 hours is running at whatever 5 times 24 is, I'm listening right now, 130-ish. That's how many megawatt hours they're using in 24
Megawatt hours is,
but we're just focusing on this capacity.
that's right, design capacity.
Okay, and so, okay, that's interesting. And then do you, when you say that the ACC can't regulate energy, what do you mean exactly? Like, we can't require them to report on their energy use?
So that's a little more nuanced question, but the first part of your question, we can't approve or deny based off of energy use in the same way that we can approve or deny based off of water use. Water is a resource that we are charged with managing, that public water.
So we can't do that because we don't manage it as a county?
We don't, exactly. We have no hand in that. So the way this has been worded, where we're referencing megawatts, it's a way to understand the facility. It's not a way to say yes or no. It's a way for us to understand what the thing is. Now we know how to slot it. And so we're going as far as we can go with
So
that.
how would a proponent, an applicant of a data center prove their capacity upon application? How are they doing that?
So when they come through review, any industry, when they come through, will have their electrical service has to be designed, and we have plans for that electrical service. And so we have electrical inspectors and reviewers who know what they're looking at, and they check it against the utility providers. Actually, we talk daily with utility providers on this type of panel design and installation and use and all of that sort of stuff. We will see that design. Now, they don't have to tell us the proprietary stuff. They don't have to tell us what that machine is that's being run, but they have to tell us what is the design load for your building. And the fire marshal needs to know, right? Because there's a cause and effect for them as well. So we get that at the plans review stage for sure. Now, I think maybe part of your question is, how do we know we're getting the real story, right? Okay. So at the time of construction, when those systems are put in, we do have that opportunity to enter the facility and lay eyes on it to make sure it matches the plans. And those inspectors and reviewers, they're the same people. So they've seen the plan. Now they're going out in the field to look for the thing they look for on paper. And they see it before things are sealed up. So there's a rough-in period of time, and in these, industrial developments, it could be months and months and months, that they're constantly seeing what's going in. So they see it before it's hidden behind the drywall and, tucked behind something where you can't get to it.
So do you think that, so the Kroger example that keeps coming up, what that is saying that a Kroger uses the same amount of energy as a 1 megawatt?
No, so here's the thing, we really wanted to have the Kroger number.
Yeah, but we don't have.
They don't have to report it. So what we got was sort of a helpful suggestion of what a new Kroger uses. And it's in the neighborhood of 2.5 with peaks that could get to 3 megawatts for certain larger footprint Krogers, which we happen to have some of the larger footprint Krogers built here. So we were connecting some of those stories to come up with that 2.5 to 3 megawatt for the 120,000 square foot East Side Kroger.
Okay.
But I haven't seen a utility bill. I haven't seen a meter reading. I can't tell you that that's exactly what it is.
Could you make a guess? I think it's what I have a hard time with this sort of getting when we were talking about this in December, I think at the time you were talking about the idea of more like 1.5 to 2 by right. And then 2.5 starts to become conditional, and then maybe something then I don't remember. It was like, I remember there was sort of 1.5, 2.5 and 5. And there was sort of, you all was talking about kind of different ways to do that. So I'm wondering, you've done all this research, all of you, and come up with that 5 is the correct threshold. And I know you were saying earlier that it was from looking at some comps, sort of to get a sense for that. But are there any industries in Athens that you believe use 5 or more megawatts per day?
Yes.
And that would be industries that are currently level 3? No. So that's interesting. So I can't get my head around what that looks like. And I can't figure out if my general desire to push that threshold down to 2.5 or 3, just sort of this arbitrary, let's chill out on this for a little bit, or if I'm by thinking that, am I proposing something that's actually completely unrealistic? Like somebody wouldn't really want to build a 2 megawatt data center that's not that valuable
Bruce, what would be an example of a 5 megawatt usage? Because I'm thinking, to your point, a lot of our issue is net benefit to the community, right? So if it's a 5 megawatt usage, it's probably got a heavy amount of jobs attached to it.
Well, I would think a hospital has high energy use. I don't know, but I would.
And so, so I also want to be careful too, because I think, I don't have facts to tell you. So it really starts and ends there, but I'll go a little bit further. I also don't want to guess and kind of throw out and impugn somebody who may not actually be using that. You know what I mean? So it's not fair. But if you think about the things that use a lot of energy, cooling systems is right at the top of the list, especially in a southern climate. And so think about some of our industries that rely very, very heavily on keeping things at set temperatures where there can be no variation or else you're ruining the product. Or you have to keep it at a certain level because of not just the product, but the process that creates it and that kind of thing. We have those industries in town. Now, how much space are they cooling? Well, they're trying to minimize the amount of space that they have to keep cold because it's not in their interest to do more than that. So they have very specialized systems that may just cool that section of the product assembly line, you know? So it's just really hard to know exactly without somebody saying, well, here you go. Here was our bill last month.
Yeah, nobody.
You know, it was this. It doesn't work like that.
Well, I guess I would just want to echo what a couple of folks have said is that I think until I think we have to have all data centers be something that goes through special use, because to me right now, that's the only way we could deal with the clustering problem. I don't know how else to deal with that, because the zoning already promotes clustering. It's already kind of built in that that could happen. And so there's not another way I can think of right now for us to impact or sort of make sure that doesn't happen. It always makes me nervous to put something into a discretionary process because like, we're not always gonna have you as our planning director, right? We could have some dude become our planning director after you did it. Right? I mean, it's my dude. I hate to be so cynical, but I've seen some really weird stuff lately, and not in our government, but in some other local governments. I mean, I told you this story already, but I sat through a planning commission or a city council meeting in a different municipality in December and watched 3-4 hours of public comment against data centers, and the mayor and council just approved a 1 million square foot data center without even a blink of an eye, unanimous vote, no problem. Like, it was insane. And so I don't mean to be so skeptical of politicians, but I am skeptical of politicians. And I sort of trust this process, but I worry, you know.
There's no politicians.
So.
None of us are politicians. I do.
Yes, let me bring us back though, because the point that we have this text amendment.
I do want to.
And what, Mike? What?
Well, not just about this whole energy thing before we move on. It's just that, well, here's what I was gonna say.
Are we
So,
against?
no, like going forward, we want to build some sort of ordinance that's gonna like last in the future, at least somewhat, right? And you know, these data centers, like the things that their biggest cost is electricity and water and cooling, right? So I gotta think that they're trying as hard as they can to bring down their electricity costs, right? So something that might be a 5 megawatt now might only be a 1 megawatt in the future and have the exact same capacity. It could be a year from now, it could be 10 years from now. Who knows? We might invent some sort of cold fusion that fits in a briefcase, and 20 years from now, we could have nothing.
What we're talking about.
But what I'm saying is, like, maybe electricity isn't even a good measure to be judging these by, because electricity is not gonna be relevant in the future. These numbers that we think are gonna be important now aren't gonna be important. So I'm saying that, like, maybe we just don't even think about electricity usage because it's not something that we control. And it's also not what the people that live near it really care about. Like, sure, I care about electricity usage as the macro effect of like on humanity and that, but we in Athens-Clarke County are not gonna have any effect on how much AI
It'll affect
power
our
usage.
water bill, not.
Yeah, what we care about is how it affects the neighbors, and how much electricity you use has no impact on who lives next door to you. They care about things like setbacks, vibrations, noise, that kind of stuff. And so I think what we really need to be thinking about is how are we protecting the people that live next door? And that's not through energy usage, it's through nuisance ordinances.
Do we
you know?
have something in front of us that we want to send to the mayor and commission, or do we have suggestions for staff? Like, what is the next?
I have a question on that very topic.
Okay.
If I may. If we are of a mind to send something to the mayor and commission, it seems to me that page 6 of the handout, which is the permitted use table for data centers in the industrial zone,
Right now it says P for permitted with a footnote L9. We would change that to S. And that would make it so that any data center in an industrial zone required a special use permit. Right? I'm not sure that we need, how much more we need to change in what's in front of us. If we like the rest of it, and I think I heard a lot of positive things about a lot of the great stuff that's in here that staff did to try to address buffers and sound buffers and, you know, all of that stuff.
That's something we can control. Yeah.
Right. But I mean, like, I don't think that a great deal of futzing with the text amendment that's in front of us is required to just say everything has to be special use permit. And we could send it on, essentially, you know, approve the text amendment with that one recommendation and recommend to the mayor and commission that they adopt it with that change.
But do we want a special use permit that like has to be renewed? Because that would be something different than just a special use permit. Because typically a special use permit, just a special use permit goes with the property forever. So if we wanted to build in like
so
a
maybe
mechanism to renewal,
we might want to
you know,
recommend
that would be different
that.
than just a special use permit.
Well, it would be a special use permit that would contain a condition under 9-20-6L.
On duration of use.
That just says a special use permit. You know, so I guess that would be part of the recommendation of the mayor and commission too, that they adopt it with the S in the place I mentioned. And also with our recommendation being that special use permits for data centers should presumptively be of limited duration with a required annual application. At least, you know, to ensure, I'm not convinced, you know, I heard Alex's point that nobody's going to want to build a data center if they have to get a renewal and they don't know if they will. But the idea is just, you know, they have to reapply and show that they still meet the standards that they met when they got it.
Yeah, it would only be if they went over those initial standards.
Right, exactly.
They wouldn't
It's
be able
only
to get
if
it.
they
So it's kind of
doubled
controlling.
their electricity use.
Yeah.
Or, you know, if they no longer are in compliance, then they won't get it, you know.
It's like a liquor license, stay in compliance and you get to keep it.
Right, sell to minors and you don't.
Yeah, so it would be the same for the data center, so if they're in compliance.
It would just, I think, be a recommendation that that data center special use permits ought to have limited duration of use under 9-6 sub L. And requirements for disclosure of the type, you know, described in level 3 in this text amendment. Disclosure of their electricity use and so on, just to ensure that they remain in compliance with the initial conditions.
Is that something that staff?
So maybe. So I'm tracking what you're saying. There would be some other text that we would have to rework in response to the fact that data centers, any data center is
No longer.
period. So obviously we're walking back language about, you know, less than 5 and the renewable energy stuff and all that. Those things would then be taken up as part of the special use consideration in that criteria.
Yeah.
And those requirements could be taken up as a way to mitigate or offset anticipated negative impacts as part of the special use. So they're not.
Special use criteria that were just for the data center consideration?
Well, thank you. That's where I'm headed, is with the duration of use to then pinpoint data centers but then almost not pinpoint them with any sort of specific, you know, duration of use. And you shall have a duration of use for data center of some sort.
Can we have a licensing for data centers?
Oh, God.
Come on.
No.
Can we extend it immediately?
You know, so
it seems the only way to reassess people.
Going back to that duration, it's either we get specific for data centers, which I'm a little nervous about because we don't get specific for other folks. I'm just right now, real time, trying to think how to make it where you absolutely have to consider duration of use as a condition for data centers. Maybe there's a way to do that.
Certainly it could be addressed, as you say, the first time we get a special use application for a data center.
Yeah.
You know, and so to the extent that any of the stuff about renewable and sound, you know, to the extent you think that it could just be part of the special use conditions, I suppose you could
What about this?
pull the text and use it that way.
Well, maybe something we've got in here scratches that itch. Where we are saying that we have reporting requirements, submittal requirements. This is on page 10 and all that yellow.
Yeah.
What's baked into here is a really prescriptive with timelines for the fact that your special use will be reconsidered for failure to follow those thresholds that were approved as part of your original special use. So it's almost like, without saying duration of use is a trigger, this is opening it up, not just for data centers, but for any level 3. You're gonna go back in front of the mayor and commission and have to be reconsidered, and you may not be approved. And that's a whole new angle. We haven't opened the door on anything quite like that in the code. And I think this is done with good reason and with cause and measurables and performance opportunities. Is that enough? Is this enough to do what you're talking about? Duration could still be talked about if it's necessary for the circumstances of that particular special use. But if they don't end up with one, we still have this language they have to meet that will involve revisiting that special use for failure to meet expectations.
What would trigger
that report? That's what triggers.
So a condition of the special use permit could be compliance with these annual reporting requirements.
It already is.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be a condition of the special use.
Well, if it's a
already
level
in.
3, but I would say even a
Oh, you're
level
saying
any data center would have to comply. with.
Yes, yes.
Yes,
that's a
any
condition.
data center would have to
Yes.
comply with us.
Yes.
And the demonstrated, but the annual report, if there is a demonstrated failure to comply, that would come from public outcry or something like that, right?
Every special use goes through public input.
Yeah.
There's at least 3 opportunities for the public to weigh in. At least. And if it's continued for an issue, then you're adding additional opportunities for input.
Yeah, we don't need to write all the conditions today, right? It's a special use process. Then when we get an application for a special use permit for a data center,
The conditions can be that the mayor, we would talk about, and that the mayor and commission would approve. If they approved it, would be, whatever they decided, which would probably be heavily based on this, but there'd be an opportunity for community input, and it would prevent the clustering problem and the other circumventions.
It's a good first step.
What it have to be in the reporting, like on page 10, I was looking for sort of the details of what has to be in.
It refers back to the level 1 criteria.
Okay, and the level 1 criteria specifically doesn't include power.
Because it can't.
So is there a way to, I don't even know if it's realistic to think that we're gonna start to be able to do that, like that something happens at a state level that enables us to, is that kind of what you all are referring to, is that there might be something happening in the state legislature that could enable us to?
I think there are some jurisdictional things above local government that have to be sorted out
Yeah.
for
before
that
we can-
reporting to be possible. And so
So would that mean if somebody got a special use permit for a data center between now and then, they just kind of don't have to report on their energy? And then 2 years down the road, what needs to happen at a level higher than county enables the counties to do this? And that could apply from that point forward? Is that sort of how that would work?
I don't think that's true. There's no reason we couldn't condition a special use permit next year on
reporting power usage.
Yeah.
Just because we don't run a utility doesn't mean we can't say, show us your utility bill,
Right.
right? It's a condition of your special use permit.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And if they're not in compliance.
Enough for a possible motion.
Yeah.
We want to add bio restricted from.
Yeah. I wanted to use the definition that we had in
it was read.
Yes.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yes. To use
That's-
our county's renewable energy definition.
That is enough directive
Yeah.
for us to do that.
I have one other really nitpicky point, but it does seem like a critical one. Speak for the animals that cannot speak. A lot of our heavy industrial area backs up to agricultural area. I know that we've got the buffer zones in for ag and for residential, but the noise 24/7 is still at 80 decibels for anything that's non-residential. If it's up against other industrial in their area, that doesn't matter, but if it's going up against an agricultural zone, it kind of seems like it would be better to not have 24/7 80 decibels allowable.
So. Okay.
Do we allow other people to have 80 decibels? Is that like a set noise ordinance level?
So one of the things that could be done is to add a singular word adjacent to residential or agricultural
That's all that
property line.
That would satisfy it for me.
That's a.
And that's consistent with how we have the development standard for the 400 feet.
Right, because if the buffer zone does address both, but the noise level doesn't.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think noise level is one of the most important things to control from what I've seen about data centers, you know? So the setbacks, the noise, I think that's, yeah, and that's where we can make the most impact.
Is the concern about like farmers who live in?
No, it's more the impact on the animals. That constant noise is gonna have an impact on wildlife. And the vibration on the glare would too, but the noise I think is easier to measure.
It would be good just to protect, because that, you know, it would preserve the opportunity to maybe have that agricultural land transition to residential someday too, you know, and that data center is gonna be there forever. So I would just like it to see, have the noise ordinance be for any type of neighbor, regardless of use,
I mean, I agree, but.
you know? Like it just can't exceed that limit.
Industry to industry is
Okay,
quite a big
so-
issue.
So we've got the biomass issue. We have one word we can add or agricultural to that, well, on page 8. We have the special use permit.
And yeah, putting an S in that box on the industrial, and then I guess deleting footnote 09 that goes with it.
And so then, does that mean, what was the answer to the question about whether then the special use criteria for data centers, are there is just the usual special use or whether specific? Whether
Special use.
special.
I mean, we attempted to draw up special use criteria for short-term rentals because the general ones were not particularly useful. I don't think it would be unprecedented to have ones that are focused on these things that the county's concerned about data centers, like criteria about noise, power usage, et cetera.
We put that, yeah, can we put it like?
We make a motion, but we don't, we can make it.
Yeah,
I would
Like,
make
we-
a motion to recommend approval of the text amendment with the 3 changes that Kristen just ran through.
definition of renewable and the agricultural thing that Jennifer mentioned and the special use permit for all data centers.
And Bruce, do you think that anything else is required of the, you know, in the annual performance reporting stuff? Is there any amendment that's required there based on making them all special use and nothing is right?
Well, so the other text amendment here would just be level 3 uses, data center. There would be no 5 megawatt. We'd be striking what's of 5 megawatts or more. It would just be data center.
Data center's automatically a level 3?
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, I can be in board with that.
And that already does the reporting and it does everything else.
Yep, yeah.
We put these, yeah. I was just thinking about the noise thing and how we could tie that to the special.
So that was the motion.
That's my motion.
Okay, do I have a second?
Love it. Second.
Okay.
Third.
You got
Very good comment.
Alex makes a comment on the motion.
I just want to understand Jennifer's forum animals. What are we saying about that? I wasn't clear on how that's written.
So I'm just suggesting adding in agricultural to adjacent to non-residential property line for specifically the 10 PM to 7 AM, 80 decibels, to make it consistent with adjacent to residential property lines.
All right. And
Residential agricultural.
I'm just stating it. I have concern about all of these going through a special use and actually coming out the other end, as I think that's gonna very much weaken the potential of us getting any of these. We haven't said, I'm not necessarily any more for or against than anybody here. I'm learning too, and I've called a lot of people. I've read a lot of articles. I'm trying to find all of the negative in it. And the positive that we haven't talked about is the enormous amount of money that comes. And when anybody says money, they're the bad guys. But this town continues to complain that we don't have enough money, and this.
Like tax money, you mean?
The amount of property tax that these produce, that's why that town did 1 million square foot. I'm not saying that was a good decision. I'm just saying there are benefits to this, and it brings a lot of tax money in with a low hit of traffic and other things. And that's just what it does. I'm not cheering for it. I'm not saying let's get them all in here.
Because if they didn't make noise and didn't use water, they probably wouldn't be a problem.
Exactly, but all industry uses a lot of water and does this, and so, yeah, so we got a balance. So I'm just saying, I'm not against all of them going through this. But we know what happened with short-term rental. I don't think they let one of those RMs through, to the point that we finally just said, what are we doing? And we just took that off the table, and now we don't do RM anymore. So I do have concerns, because if we are a community that shows that we're making it basically intentionally impossible, and that's the caution, intentionally impossible for the new technology that's headed our way, and no one should dare use their phone if they're having problems, because the data does come back to our community. The information does come back to you. Everybody in Athens uses data, whether they know it or not.
It could be anything.
So I'm cautioning of that. I am likely going to vote in favor of this, but I'm just saying we're lighting a match that could be damaging. And
I mean, the opposite of lighting a match.
Yeah.
I think we're preserving the option of
Conservative.
losing that.
Possibly,
I
but
don't disagree with your general statements, though. I just think.
yeah. So,
Yeah,
okay,
being
lighting a match is possibly the wrong way to put it. But at the same time, it is that type, well, I'm just talking, so let me, and I've been quiet for an hour and a half on this. And so, and I will stop real quickly, but point is, when you are doing this and it looks like, well, they're just not interested in industry. It's back to, okay, what do we do? Because I'd rather have one of these next to my farm than a tire or a tire company or asphalt shingles, which we have with smokestacks and all of that. This is not the worst industry that anybody can prove yet. And it's not a lot of proof how bad it is. So that's my caution on having every one of them go through. When Kroger's already doing, in Walmart, I mean, Kroger and Publix are so close together, they're probably producing 4 and 5 together on that same side of town. Yeah, that seems to be okay. And that's where I'm just having a consistency issue. So.
Sarah had a question.
Well, kind of back to the motion. So do the special use criteria that would apply to data centers have to be part of this text amendment? No. Okay, but that is sort of a discussion that needs to happen.
There is no criteria that is special to data centers as part of a special use with the changes you're proposing. There are none.
Is there any way to document or memorialize, because I think there's some intent that it was used to write this text that is very meaningful, that I would like to see show up in the review process. For example, the concept of nothing above, and any power usage above 5 megawatts needs to be green energy, renewable energy. That's a great idea. But I think this current thing we're doing right now maybe doesn't capture that anymore, right?
It doesn't make it a requirement now.
And it's almost like what I'm asking for is like
Like a rubric.
guiding principles, right? Sort of,
Yeah.
so, but something that is,
Rubric that we use for the special use process.
yeah.
Could we include in our recommendation to the Mayor and Commission that they task us with
identifying appropriate special use criteria to guide these decisions in the future.
For a future text amendment.
Right.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Be reasonable, Bruce, to you?
Or do we just, I know we have this
I
moratorium.
guess we have a pending motion, so do I have to amend my motion and get a second on that to see what I just said?
Yes,
Okay, I amend my motion.
to include the recommendation.
To include that they recommend that
We recommended that they tell us to develop.
Yes, and
especially.
I'll do.
Since we're also talking about, one of the things that the many public comments we received before the meeting recommended was a citizen
like a
temporary
citizen
sort of
advisory
community oversight or citizen advisory committee. And I guess I don't know if this would need to go into this, but I think one of the things we're learning today, and we've known this, is that no one from where Tawana lives is sitting on this commission, right? And so until that happens, I'm looking at you.
You got to apply.
Yeah.
Anybody can apply to be on the commission.
Yeah.
People lined up, we're gonna change the commission.
Until we have better representation of that side of town, this commission, maybe that would be a way to get that input and formalize it a little bit. So I'm wondering about the notion of, or what you all think of the idea of sort of adding the recommendation that the mayor and commission consider forming some sort of citizen oversight, citizen advisory. I don't know what that would look like.
Let me say.
Well, I think citizen group, well, I was just,
What was Bruce gonna say?
I was just gonna say, I think the proper wording might be that the suggestion of an advisory group for a citizen advisory group regarding data centers is something that the planning commission discussed and had general support for.
Okay.
I think that's probably as far, like, we can add that into what we transmit on the pink sheet.
Not land use.
It's not a land use thing but it is if you are saying that, then that's something that we can include in part of the summary.
I mean, I think a lot of times it's best handled by citizens forming their own groups too, you know, I mean, I was.
Matt,
Water.
we're talking about that, sorry. I'm keeping it, yes, sorry. Feeling it, Matt.
I was just gonna
Everybody monologues.
acknowledge
Except
Alex's
me.
point, which is a good one, and my only response is, we can always make it easier later, right? It's hard to fix something once it's happened. And so proceeding with caution to me entails special use permits for now. And then if later on, maybe, if it seems like that was not a great idea, we can always make it easier, but nothing will have been built, that devastates a neighborhood in the meantime. But I also just wanted to note one thing that may pertain to a further amendment to the motion. On page 11 of the handout, there's some language in subpart I about some being as of right and some being special use. And so I think we need to either amend that or just, I could, that would make the motion include that
Staff will make some ministerial changes to subpart I.
Make it
To
consistent.
make it consistent.
Agreed.
So I amend my motion.
Carrie, do you accept the amendment?
Yeah.
All right, let's vote.
Alrighty. The motion is for approval with, let's call it 4 conditions. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, it's rounding. I've got a list, but it's.
I do. Bruce's list. Stated conditions.
There we go.
Wonderful. So that is the motion. And we have a second. Please.
Yes.
Very screwed.
Sorry, would you mind just clarifying the conditions one more time for us, just to make sure we all know exactly what we're voting on?
Gladly. The motion was for approval, to amend the use chart as shown, for the I zone to remove the PL parenthetically 9 and replace it with an S for special use. We are going to amend on page 8, the chart to add or agricultural for the adjacent to residential property lines. For the 10 PM to 7 AM We are going to strike on the chapter 9-11 for the level 3. We are going to strike the second part of A2, which from the point of just leaving it saying data center and removing the 5 megawatts. And there's also a recommendation that the
how do definition of renewable
amended
to align with the
Athens renewable energy
with the clean and renewable energy plan definition, you're saying?
to request that the mayor and commission direct the planning commission to
develop data center specific special use criteria.
Perfect. And
General support.
That will be reflected in the pink sheets of
The citizen advisory.
And that staff will amend subpart I on page 11 to make it consistent.
Thank you. Okay, I'll start over with the vote. Lee,
Yes.
Beresford,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Laughlin,
Yes.
and Sams.
Yes.
Ready? Motion passes unanimously.
Right. I have no report. Chris?
Okay, thank you all for all of that.
You guys.
Everybody still present and everybody who had to leave, thank you. I'm saying that out loud. Real quick update on the future land use map. Just to let you know, this was taken up Tuesday night by the Mayor and Commission. There was discussion. The future land use map has been tabled until their April voting session to allow for a process to give the commissioners additional time to revisit the designations, not just within their district, but just countywide. How we got to that point, I think was interesting and productive. There was a lot of back and forth and discussion. Alex was a part of it. The manager's office sponsored it. We had very good, productive discussions with almost every commissioner. Some weren't a part of those discussions because they opted out or felt comfortable with it. We weren't really sure, but we did have some changes suggested, and we had a list of changes that came forward. And I think when that list materialized and the map started to change, I think those other commissioners said, "Oh, like that can happen." And we were saying all along, well, this is something that not only could happen, but we kind of anticipated it would, honestly. And that's a good thing, because those commissioners, speaking on behalf of their constituents and just from their own experience, need to put fingerprints on this policy document. We want that. This needs to be their map as much as it's anybody's. So that's where we are. So I am anticipating hearing the mayor in that proceeding said would want the manager's office to put together that process and to articulate it as soon as possible. So that hasn't been today, but hopefully very soon we'll know more about that. And we'll let you guys know, just from an informational standpoint, how that's looking. So at the March meeting, we can give you an update on where we stand and how we're moving forward. If changes are made to this map, we also have been very true to a very public and transparent process in the development of this map. That will not change. So there will be other moments for public input and opportunity for weighing in. It has not been remanded back to the Planning Commission. So so really, I think the sense is that there may be some adjustments made, but the general direction of what's on this map, that as you forwarded it to them, is still not in question. Let's just put it that way. There, I'm done. I won't say more.
Tack on.
Okay.
So, the one commissioner she's like, well, this part should be neighborhood, this part should be that. But I think what kind of hit the other commissioners is there was a list of every property that she had to make it clear. and there's 80 properties or so, and everybody's like, oh my gosh, where I can look at that and it took about 17 seconds to go, I got exactly what she's doing. But I've been doing this for 2 years. Y'all would have done it quickly too. They just knocked them back. And then I do think, to Bruce's, it gave the others ideas. So I think we're going to start seeing more. And again, I'm always just one of those, as long as they're reading and doing the proper thing and they want to make an adjustment here and there. It's the people's map, as I called it. It's not our map. It's not the committee's map. So I'm good with that. But those changes did come right at the weekend prior to Tuesday's vote. And that was the other thing. And so, and there was, I don't know why it came at the last second, but that I'll thank Commissioner Davenport for sort of saying, let's not wait till the weekend before the vote this time. Get over to staff with your changes. And so it was disappointing to see it kind of hit that way because this thing needs to get going into us. But I do hope that the other commissioners keep it as appropriate as possible.
Motion.
Actually, before we do a motion to adjourn, I just had a question, Bruce, in your planning director's report. Do you have anything to report yet about this GIC package of zoning changes that I understand is going to be coming to us with instructions?
There has been nothing forwarded back from that presentation through the mayor, back to the manager, back to staff.
Okay, it's still working their way.
Correct. And I think they understand the linkage between that package of proposals and the future land use map.
So they want to do future land use first.
And that's always been the discussion. For sure. But we'll see. Like, I mean, those things that were suggested at that presentation are easier to address with this in place. Without this in place, they can't be done. It's just harder to do. So fair enough. I'll get it that way. Right.
I move to adjourn.
All right.
Second again.
All in favor?